This is not a tree. It's every milestone and misstep that's led you here. Your time to branch out beyond 2 dimensions and leap into 3D with the computing power of Z. It's one breakthrough that unlocks 1,000 more. This is not a tree. It's the next era of your creativity. Z by HP.
Dzień dobry, kochani.
Hello, my friends.
Witamy was ponownie.
We welcome you again during the penultimate day of Film Spring Open.
Dzisiaj, za momencik,
Today, in a moment, we will watch a film recorded for us by Kuba Sobek.
Z tego miejsca bardzo go pozdrawiam, bo
I would like to greet him from this place because he put a lot of work into preparing this film for us. Of course, we will get in touch with Kuba a bit later during his lecture, where you will be able to ask him questions. We'll be transferring those questions to the chat that you can see on YouTube here. I will be retyping them for Kuba once we are with him on Google Meet, so you can be sure that he will receive them and he will answer them. A few organizational issues before we start. The first thing is, if you followed closely what's happening in our channel, yesterday went without any real problems, except maybe for some small problems on the YouTube part, because we're showing some of the things that were protected by copyright. I thought that that's gonna be it, and that the transmission you will be able to see the rest of transmissions that we are broadcasting starting from the beginning of the Film Spring Open. Unfortunately, the YouTube got really angry with us, so unfortunately blocked the film, so it's not available for you as of today. But we're working on this on the solution of this issue, and over the next few days, the transmission from the 8th day will be available for you in full as it was recorded, apart from the small fragment which YouTube got concerned about. So without further ado, I would like to show you the film recorded by Kuba Sobek. It will be about half an hour long, and then we'll move to the meeting with the author, where we will be able to ask him questions.
Bez technologii nigdzie nie zajdziesz w świecie audio
You will
wideo.
not get anywhere without
Tradycyjny podział na
technology in
role
the AV industry.
już
The
nie
traditional
istnieje.
division
Nazywam się
between the
Kuba
roles
Sobek i prowadzę
is long gone. My name is Kuba Sobek, and I am working in the studio. I run the studio where we prepare all sorts of CGI, 2D, 3D films, animations. We also do things which are done fully on the game engines, which should not be a wonder to anyone. We're talking in Unity, Unreal. I will show you how you do those things, how to turn previs into this, or how to make the previs in general. You do not want to be dependent on other people. Therefore, you need the basic knowledge of tools that will allow you to finish your own project, or at least previs it, or at least allow you for some basic visual effects at the end, indicators of what you would want to get in the final video. Just to pitch your project to somebody. We're most related with the video games industry, but our path has been pretty long. We've been here on the market for 10 years. This division of Radical Studio this division of the role has disappeared, and it wouldn't happen if we didn't have a broad range of skills and knowledge of technology, the know-how that we gathered with our team over the years. In our team, everybody can be a scriptwriter and a post-production specialist. We have people who are dealing with marketing, who are writing, they can edit something, but also they can previs things before the production starts. There are people who can work on game engines, who can work on 3D soft, who can work in animate 2D, 2.5D soft, who can previs, who can write, who can storyboard. We also have illustrators who can think in the cinematic dimension about the illustration, which will later be used as a part of broader animation. So regardless of whether you're an editor, a director, or a scriptwriter, whichever division you work on the commercial set, on a film set, or in post-production, each one of you should really be on the tip of your toes, because only in this way you will be able to catch up with the market. What about this not dividing yourself into the roles? You will not want to depend on others. As a director, you need to have the skill of writing, which is obvious for me, but you also need the basic knowledge of cinematography, so that you can set the camera for yourself, so to preface your idea. A good director, in my view, should be able to edit in the basic way. You should be able to tell your own story in addition. You came up with the story, so you should know best how to set up the story in a timeline in an editing software. George Lucas, when he did his first films, he edited them himself, and on the set he was thinking already about addition. On the set, he was filming in many ways and from many perspectives, so that then he could, in addition, he could select those things that he wanted the most. He had several cameras, every scene from different angles, to tell the story as he wanted to tell this, and editing it himself. You do not need other people's help until a certain degree. You're able to create things yourself, and this should be your primary goal. Of course, not everybody should edit their own films. On the other hand, that's what your friends are for and collaudations are for, so that other people could judge your work and assess your work. So you can, if a director can also operate an editing software, this is a great advantage. And here on the workshop, which over the last few years we had face-to-face, and today we are in a slightly different way, in a virtual. I hope it's a transitionary phase, but in these workshops, I was always a witness of very sad situations when on the last day, and for the last few days, when the footage, the shorts and commercials are already shot, when everybody's sitting in editing rooms, there are directors roaming around the editing room who do not have an editor for the films and the commercials. They're looking for somebody, some post-production specialist, but they're asking for very simple things. For example, to mask some text in their film, or to get out to remove the microphone that's in the frame and should be there, and so on and so on. Sometimes have more specialized effect, which you would require which would require 5 to 10 hours, but nobody has the time, because people who deal with post-production in film Spring Open, who can work in such such software as Max Cinema 4D or After Effects, there are not too many people like that. Similarly, Nuke or other soft that we can have on during the workshops. But learning the software is several hours of effort to learn to mask some mistakes, to learn to add some elements in post-production which you would like to have there, which you would not be able to do on the film set, to do some simple effects. That takes very little time, and later the people that came up and wrote the script and realized their own commercials during the workshop, which created their shorts of the dreams during the workshops. At the last moment is the bottleneck is a post-production guy, and I'm sure they would be able to do it themselves. Why am I sure? Because I did the same thing myself. I edited my first shorts, which of course I'm laughing about today. I added visual effects to them myself, and learning all that took me several hours. When our access is so easy and so low cost, Adobe After Effects is 200 zlotys per month. You can buy the subscription per quarter. These are peanuts, and the possibilities of the soft are just incredible. After editing the material, you look at it and you say, I would like this effect here. Here I wanted to have a UFO. Anything. Here I don't like the sky. I don't like the clouds. I want to get rid of that and put a totally different sky. Removing and adding a piece of building, like in this case, This is where After Effects comes in, and a bit of another software. This is all within your reach. You can do it within a few hours, and you can learn it in several, like maybe several dozen hours. The basis of tutorials on the internet, which I'm showing you here, is just incredible. You can find absolutely everything on a few web pages. You do not even have to try hard. It's enough to Google it and to put in exactly what you need. If you want the guy to have red eyes and you wanna have thunders, that's not a problem. Plus tutorial. Tens of you just search for that and you've got like dozens of websites with greatest tutorials that will show you how to do that. When George Lucas was filming his Star Wars, at the level of editing where he did not have the models of his starships, he was introducing the scenes of dogfights between the pilots of fighter aircraft from the Second World War, and this allowed them to imagine how he could do those fights in space. He got a very interesting thing. He took a material footage from a different film and he put it in his edit of Star Wars to show to the producers what will happen here. Epimatic is a fascinating thing. If, for example, you're against 3D, against 2D, you do not want to learn the soft to do the scenes for yourself in a very simple way, the ones that you have in your head, you can always go to YouTube, select the more inspiring commercials or the films that you have in your head, that you had in your head when you were creating your own script or idea for a commercial. You choose those several commercials and edit out of them your own commercials by selecting analogous or similar shots. This is the trick that I've learned personally thanks to Mr. Bagiński, who was here with us in 2012 in Krakow, and during his lecture he showed us how he made a commercial of some car brand using commercials of other cars, and by doing the repomatic, which showed the producers if somebody doesn't want to edit repomatic because they think it's too time consuming, then you can always get any sort of shot from commercials or from stocks and set up a simple storyboard out of it. Everything that you have in your head, you can, in a totally banal way, visualize with everything else. In order to pitch, in order to invite somebody for cooperation, or to encourage somebody to cooperate with you, you can show everything. You do not have to tell about it only, because this is the most important part. Selling an idea with words is not is not so easy, but doing a simple preface not only allows you to show what you want to achieve in the final video and what should be the final effect, but also makes a more important person in the eyes of somebody to whom you pitch, because you already made this step forward. This is your production. If you're not showing in the very beginning the initiative in the beginning of production, it means you're expecting other people to do that for you, and not everybody would want to do that, and nobody can be expected to do your film for you. Nobody would want to read your script, your scene breakdowns. People have little time. They really want to see something. If you pitch a project to them, if you show them a 30-sec preface, they will buy you or they will not buy you. So if you give somebody to somebody your script, this somebody they don't want to read that, because they got like they got dozens of such things every day. What's so special in you that your piece of paper is worth more than other people's pieces of paper? Of course, it's not like that always. What I refer to stems from my experience, and my experience is that it was always much easier for me to pitch an idea if I could visualize that earlier, and have a ready video with some basic 3D and 2D elements, and I could show that to a person who was a decision maker in a given case. And the effectiveness of selling the idea, pitching the ideas, is much higher than just showing the script. You can do a preface, of course, with the help of live actors. You can do actors preface with your phone. I mean, when we told the story about it is a preface which was shot during the first meeting on the set when we only learned about the location. This is preface, and this is the final product.
Możecie iść sami z telefonem i nagrać
You can go with your phone and record your own script with the friends you have. The more you show yourself visually, the more you show how you see things, the easier it will be for others to understand you, and it will be nicer for others to work with you, because they know that you, as an author, you did a tremendous job already. You already sort of set out directions, and this is not only on the piece of paper. This is visualized, at least partly. As creators, we should develop ourselves in many areas which are related to our activity. When you're focusing on your field, you should also think about how other people in the cinema will be using your work. For example, if the illustrator only illustrates and doesn't think about his work in a broader context, how it's going to be used, for example, in video, then such illustrator is much worse and less useful on the AV market than the illustrator who knows formats, who knows standards, 16:9 and others, which are the most common resolutions of the final videos, for example, because then he's able to prepare the illustration which will work well with the video format used as a part of a broader animation, for example, in post-production. This is the so-called parallax. So you do a 2D graphics translated into 3D graphics. I was working as an editor, and very quickly I realized that as an editor, I have very little impact on the final outcome of the work. So I decided that editing is not enough. I moved on to 2D animation, which I learned in the Adobe After Effects. I've learned motion graphics, I've learned visual effects, I've learned how to animate simple characters, how to animate shapes, how to add special effects to my animation, and I understand that not everybody really has to feel the knack to work on the 2D and 3D software. For some people this is an unsurmountable obstacle, but you still got your pen and paper, and you have hundreds and thousands of tutorials teaching you how to draw from scratch. If I were to sum up this my lecture in a nutshell, I would say that this title should be "You've got everything on the web." So, for example, here it's a trailer to a video game in which I was a consultant. The publisher of the game showed me an early trailer of this game, which I didn't like, and I decided it makes no sense. And I offered them a different solution, which I described in words. I almost convinced the publisher, but we did not understand each other very well. So I put on I launched the Sketch software in Windows, and I drew something like this. And out of this, we developed this. If I had an even better skill, we would make a very detailed storyboard here, so I could pitch that only in that way. A very good tool for prefacing is After Effects. Contrary to popular belief, this is a soft based on 2D. You can quite easily visualize for yourself simple scenes just by pasting stock characters, stock figures, stock set designs, which will be similar to what you have on the set, and setting the frames for you. This software is partly 2D, partly 3D. You can make a virtual camera in this in 3D, which might be like a 3D. You can also build a simple 3D scene built of 2D objects. Learning that takes about 15 hours. To understand how this all functions, which will later allow you to set up the scenes which are in the script or in your head. And in this way, we shot partly the trailer, live action trailer, to the serial Cleaner, which talks about Bob Cleaner, which is like Mr. Wolf from Pulp Fiction, who comes and cleans up the mess done by others. In this case, the serial killers, and Mr. Cleaner comes with a vacuum cleaner and cleans the bodies. This is how we visualize this. The scene of shootout even before Bob comes. This is what looked like in previously here with using Maxon Cinema 4D. I did this previs in 10 minutes, and it in a very good way it showed me what we lack on the set, what we should have on the set, and how I imagine all that. And from this previs we got something like that. It's slightly different from what we imagined and expected, but without the previs it would be much more difficult for me as a producer of this video and the director of this video to see what exactly I want to show and in what way. Sometimes when I have an idea, I sit down over a piece of paper and write. Sometimes I sit on a tablet and I visualize by sort of doodling what I have in my head. Then I sit down on the previs in Cinema 4D After Effects or in Angular or Anvil, depending on which is more simpler for me at that moment. Such ready ideas are connected into a sequence which sometimes have a 3D sequence or just a storyboard put inside. I record on a recorder or on a phone my own narration for that, or from off, or dialogues which I simulate, and this way I'm able at my home to prepare a general sketch, a general outline of a commercial that I have in my head, or a short form which I have in my head. I just need a few tools for that. Therefore, I think without technology, you are limited. It's as if you didn't have hands. It's horrible to walk around the editing room and looking for at the last minute to find someone who will help you with some simple post-production, with blurring out the writing, with the label, with simple color correction. It's not rocket science. Doing video games trailers, we quite often work directly on the so-called rough cut of the film. Unreal is the most popular engine for video games currently. It uses Batman, Arkham Asylum, Bioshock. Unity is used for simpler games, or 2 and 3 3D. Layers of Fear was on the Unity, the first part that we were working upon. By producing the trailer, Blair Witch project on which we work now, and we've been working for a year. It's a tool that allows you to visualize any director's idea, because for free it allows you to access to 3D models which are rigged, which already have a coded set of animations, which means that this character, you can make this character run, you can make this character walk, crouch, do simple things. You can also download, for example, for free the rooms, like environments, external environments, internal. You're looking for a house, you're looking for a room, you're looking for a forest or clearing in the forest. You're finding templates, ready packages in a shop, in Unreal shops, which are for free, and you can use them for non-commercial reasons to visualize your idea. You take this forest, you put a character which will be walking across the forest, because this is how your film starts, this is how your commercial starts. And for showing what you have inside your head, this is absolutely enough. Having the basic knowledge about the 3D soft and the Unreal and Unity engines, you will be able to do such stuff as this, for example. This was created fully in Unreal. We also did scenes for this game on Unreal. This is gameplay trailer, but some of the shots were done on the engine and were directed by us to add like a semi-cinematic vibe to this whole trailer, so that you could feel the Private Ryan, this opening sequence, for example. You're able to learn that very quickly and very quickly operate with this, so that visualizing the concept will take very little of your time. That's why I think that without the technology, there's no future without the knowledge of the technology that we have access to. I myself find myself that I do not keep the pace, and then I regret that I didn't pay attention to something. So I didn't like the engines for quite a long time because they were a bit primitive for me and a bit complicated for me, in comparison to the 3D soft. Now I think I was completely wrong. In my company, we realized that we're starting to work on video environments which are for VR goggles, for Oculus and other equipment, which only Konrad Dzieja knows about. Who also had a lecture here during this year's Film Spring, and every year he's running classes, and he's a specialist in 360 degrees, and we're friends from the first FSO. I've been to 2012, and since then we were always doing things with Konrad since then. And Konrad is a VR specialist, 360 degrees specialist, and he told you a few good things during this year's workshops. And we started to get requests from our clients who are doing VR games to create trailers. And our know-how about that was absolutely non-existent. I never liked this technology, and I shouldn't have, because that's quite a big market, which generates quite a big revenues. It is not ephemerical. And because I sort of slept over this revolution, I need help. And then it occurred that I know people. I know Konrad, and we cooperate with this company on such trailers. And over the few VR trailers, my own knowledge and the knowledge of my team has deepened a lot. And we start to know and understand what works how things differ from one another. What is the normal Oculus? What's the difference from Oculus Quest? For me, it was the same stuff. And I didn't know that Quest is a mobile computer confined in your goggles, and it is. And the more technological advance we overlook during the development of our career, the more we'll be left in the doldrums. Just imagine that Sławomir Idziak stops getting interested in technological things related to cameras and rigs and everything that is available on the market, or lighting, for example. He's out of the market. And Sławomir Idziak, until today, is he's following the pulse of the market. He knows Canon, he knows Arri, he knows Sony, and he knows the advantages of individual technical solutions. And this is how you should live as an author. I would like to also give you a short introduction on the video games world, which are very open to new talents, especially the language of video games, the methods of narration are not set in stone. The games are still looking for the language. This medium is still developing. You still don't know what will be the final shape of the video game. Mandalorian was shot totally in the studio against a LED screen which had environments prepared in Unreal. You can see that cinematography also sort of followed the pulse of the market, but this is a medium which already defined its language of narration, and it's quite difficult to find and do something new. The technology is pushing this medium forward, but I do not think we came up with something new in terms of how to tell a story in a film. However, in video games, it's a totally different story. Here, every game, every genre of the game has its own method of storytelling. This can be dialogue trees, this could be voiceover, dialogues, cutscenes, paracinematic scenes made on the game engine. This could be, for example, 2D animations, which are just splash pages, but the animation tells you a lot. This can be voices in your head, just like in Hellblade, Senua, the protagonist is a girl, the schizophrenia suffering girl. She's fighting with monsters, but we also know that she's schizophrenic, and she hears voices, and we don't know what is real as a gamer. And such games as Hellblade prove that there is still you can still find new ways of expression in video games, and Hellblade is just a tip of the iceberg. We have a certain environmental storytelling. You enter a room in a game and you know that something happened there, and you know that when you enter there that there will be a body or another trace. And you also need editors here. Because if you're a good editor, a good film editor, and you can tell film stories by editing, after learning the tools that you use in game dev, after using how to work with 3D soft and motion builder with which you animate characters, you can really work miracles, and you can yeah, okay, and I really hate film sets. I feel it's very difficult to reach what I imagine in the computer, and it's also hard work. And in a computer, we can do everything, and that's why I prefer to work with virtual tools, because they allow me the iterations of the scene endlessly, and reaching the effects that we really like in real time. At the same time, you can screen them and edit them. This is something which editors have no possibility of on the filming set, because they in the post-production they get a ready footage, and you doing cutscenes in a film, the most film-related things which are sort of resemble a film, you can co-create them. You can decide what should the light be in the scene, what should the dynamics of the scene be, what should be the work of the camera. Should it be more handshake or more static, or zoom out, zoom in? All this is in your hands. I started as an editor who was bringing together cutscenes because I couldn't come up with a story just like that. Writing for me is a torment. I hate to write, but when I get ready blocks, I immediately see different combinations of narrative combinations of those blocks. And at some point I realized that the problem with the writing is not that I can't write. It consists in the fact that first I have to get together the building blocks to build something for myself. And then it occurred that I can create trailers, I can create stories, I can write shorts, but I first have to bring together stocks, images, building blocks from the internet, the things that I like. And out of this, I build a simple repomatic, and only based on that I write maybe a script, because I can see this story. I make this, I take this process from the other way around. Because sometimes you might not have some tools. Maybe these tools are not existing. They are still in development. Maybe engines of the games are the tool that will allow you to realize your potential to the full. Imagine that. This was my tool. This was I chose that path, more visual path, because this is which gives me satisfaction. Well, for you, important thing is to know that the same tools will allow you to check and perform your own ideas, execute your own ideas in a real life. And this is the summary of my lecture, because with the help of the same tools which create the visual stories, the cinematics or stories about the games, the same tools will allow you to previsualize, will make a preface of your absolutely real dreams about what your set should look like and what should be the final result of the shooting day. I myself, during the workshop here, I've learned all those things that I tell you about. Repomatic for me will always be Tomasz Bagiński, who was here in Film Spring Open in 2012. Unreal and cinematics based on Unreal and prevising of films in Unreal. For me, it will always be the CD Projekt Red team, which was several times here in Film Spring Open, and they showed tools on which they work every day. Previs by itself, as a form of working on project, as a form of the first attempt of translation of a script to the AV product, at least to pitch it better. This is also an idea that I've learned here. And only after the Film Spring Open I could give it a name. If I were to summarize it in a few points, the most important thing, sorry, that these are my cats. The most important thing, you do not want to go around the editing room begging for help. That's the one thing. Secondly, technology develops incessantly, and you have to be going hand in hand with the development of the market, regardless
czas jak najszybciej się skończył.
Uh,
Wielu z nas nie może pracować,
and I wish you that
bo
this difficult
plany
time
życiowe
will
są
finally be
produkcje
over.
filmowe są wstrzymane, w
Uh,
Stanach też niewiele się dzieje.
the
Życzmy
projects
sobie
are on
wszystkiego,
froze,
co
and I
świetnie,
hope that this
żeby było
pandemic will
najlepsze.
soon
Wykorzystajmy
end for the
ten czas
better,
na
and
rozwijanie
use this
umiejętności,
time
które
to develop the
na
skills
pewno wykorzystamy
which
po
we
tym, jak
will
świat już wróci
use
do
after
normy.
the world will go
Tego
back to normal.
sobie i wszystkim nam życzę.
And this is what I wish to you and us all. Radical Studio.
Tak, kochani, to był Kuba Sobek.
Yes, my friends, that was Kuba Sobek, a very interesting lecture. I learned a lot of interesting things, and it was good to listen.
Aha, dobra, to tutaj sobie... Okej. Bo sobie patrzę po prostu, bo mam tutaj ekran, który...
I have a screen here which I get with a certain delay, and sometimes I'm thinking if I clicked everything well. In a while, will get in touch with Kuba Sobek. You will be able to ask him questions, paste your questions, type your questions. I will make sure that he will get each one of your questions. I will leave you with a short splash page for a while. I need to make sure that we have a connection, that everything works well on our part.
Moi drodzy, to znowu ja.
Hello, that's me again. I just wanted to let you know that we already have a connection with Kuba. We're entering his chat room when you will be able to ask him questions. We're getting online, and he's all for yourself.
Okay.
All right.
Moi drodzy, chciałem tylko dać znać, że jesteśmy już połączeni z Kubą. Będziemy wchodzić do niego już do pokoju, który ja generalnie też tam mówię, wchodzimy online i daję go już dla nas.
Witam.
Hello.
Tam jest jakiś delay chyba.
I think we have some delay.
No dobrze, dobrze.
All right,
Widzę, że mam
I can see that we do have
w
online.
stosunku do tego, co mówię, jest
Against
jakiś
what I'm saying,
spory
there's
delay.
some delay.
Bardzo się cieszę, że posłuchaliście mojego
I'm very glad
wykładu
that
i że
you've
było
listened
chociaż
to my
kilkanaście
lecture,
osób,
and you
które,
had several people,
live
and we had several
oglądały
people
ten
who watched
live.
that live,
Ja się śmieję
which
trochę,
wasn't
że
live.
tak jak w
I'm sort of
Spring Open co roku
joking
był face
that
to face, to teraz jest
in Film
w tym
Spring
roku
Open
Spring
everyone
jest
is face to face,
facebookowy tak naprawdę.
and this year
widzę,
it's
że
more
to się
face to
udaje
face
i
to Facebook, but
widzę, że
it
to
seems to work.
Widzę, że to może
I think
funkcjonować i że
this
to daje
might
radę.
function, and it's sort of working.
Natomiast no, czekam na wasze pytanie.
But I'm waiting for your questions.
Bardzo chciałem w pigułce przekazać wam
I wanted in
wiedzę,
a very
którą
short
mam,
way
którą
to
częściowo
give you the
wyniosłem z
knowledge that I
Filmspringu.
have, and that I partly
Wiedzę,
got from
która
Filmspring,
pozwala
the
mi
knowledge that allows me to
funkcjonować,
function,
działać w ramach
to
Radical
work
Studio
within the
od 10
Radical
lat.
Studio for the last
I
10
mam nadzieję, że
years,
wam się do czegoś przyda.
and I hope it's going to be useful for
Czekam na
you.
pytania
I'm waiting for your questions,
i jakkolwiek mogę pomóc.
and if I
to
can
z
help you in any
pomocą.
way, I'll be glad to help.
Tutaj widzę pytanie.
I do see a question.
Tak. Stasiu pisze, że widział Frostpunka w tle faktycznie na naszej stronie.
He saw Frostpunk in the background. Yes, we were editing 2 trailers for Frostpunk, but we did not work directly on the game.
Grę robił 11-bit Studios.
11-bit Studio did the game, the masters of the
City Builderów.
city build genre.
My natomiast tylko składaliśmy
We were just
trailery
putting together the trailers.
I właśnie no i tyle, w zasadzie montowaliśmy.
That's about it. We were editing this, we were editing the gameplays.
Jeśli chodzi o samą grę, nie robiliśmy żadnych
We
animacji,
didn't
to muszę
do any
zaznaczyć,
creative content
tylko i
for the game.
wyłącznie
We didn't do
trailery,
any
natomiast
animation, only the
ten
trailers.
akurat, który
But
wisi
this
na stronie
trailer
naszej radicalowej,
that you
to był
see
trailer
on the
dosyć
Radical
kreatywny, bo on
Studio
był zmontowany
website,
pod,
because it was quite
autorski
creative,
utwór
because it was
metalowy,
edited to a
więc
metal
mieliśmy dosyć spory input kreatywny,
to
jeśli
a
chodzi
metal
o
tune, and so we had a
dobór,
creative input in terms of selection
ujęć,
of
o
shots,
produkcji tych ujęć.
the
W zasadzie
production
o
of
tyle
the
było to
shots.
kreatywne, że
It was creative to such an extent that we received the project of the game, and we were able to set up the cameras for ourselves, show some scenes from the city that you have in the game. But to that extent, that was that was our own project. We did not decide about everything, of course, because the final decision was 11-bit Studios, our partner on this project. So these are 2 trailers. One, I don't remember, that was some update thing. Stasio is writing right now about which update that was. I think it was the update from 2 or 1.5 years ago. And the last one is the trailer with the metal music, with the full title is...
Pełna nazwa tego zwiastunu to jest...
The whole title of this trailer is... I'm laughing that this trailer is a metal punk trailer.
Bo ma ten kawałek.
Because you have this background music. Well, this is the launch trailer for the console version of Frostpunk.
Tak. Tutaj pan pan profesor, pan Idziak pyta,
Here, Sławomir Idziak is
w
asking
jaki sposób bym to uporządkował dla
how
młodego
I
operatora.
would sort of put it all together for a young
czego zacząć,
cinematographer.
od
Where
jakich
to
programów?
start? Which
Od
software?
najprostszych.
The simplest
Jeżeli ktoś
ones.
jest operatorem,
If you're a DOP,
to w zasadzie
the easiest way
byłoby mu od razu
would be
liznąć,
for them to try first.
myślę, że Unreal. Ja bym
I
tutaj
think
już nie wchodził
Unreal.
w żadne
I wouldn't
software'y
go
do
into
3D, ani
any
w After
3D
Effects'a,
softwares
tylko od
or
razu
After
zrobiłbym
Effects.
sobie
I would
tutoriala
immediately
za
go,
darmo, który jest
I will
za
get a
darmożkę w
free
internecie
of
i od
charge
razu
tutorial
mam
in
to
Unreal, and I would
Unrealowemu.
do it
Tak jak też
Unreal
Jakub
way,
Ben, który przez
just
kilka
like
lat
Jacob
przyjeżdżał
Ben,
na
who
festiwal, też miał chyba
for
raz czy dwa
few
wykład.
years has been
Mówi to
lecturing
samo.
in Film Spring
Od
Open. He
razu
said the same.
realizować swoje
Do
wizje
your
kreatywne,
visions, creative visions
reżyserskie najprościej, najszybciej na Unrealu.
on
Zamknięciem
Unreal,
tych innych programów
passing
do
all
3D i D2D,
other
2D, bo
2D
można
and
się w sumie
3D
na tych programach troszkę
software,
nauczyć, ale
because you can
potem
learn a bit
zwyczaje
on the
próbuje się
software, but
przenosić
then
na
you're
Unreala.
trying to
Ale
move
to od
your
razu właśnie przejść na
habits to
Unreala.
Unreal.
Bo
It's
Unreal
better
jest
to
za
start
darmo.
from Unreal straight away because it's free of
Oferuje
charge.
właśnie w sklepie swoim internetowym za darmo te
It gives you
setupy
free of charge
lokacyjne, które
location
możesz sobie
setups
przesuwać.
in their internet
Ja
shop.
spędziłem na tym silniku
I've spent
kilkadziesiąt godzin.
several
W
hours
zasadzie to
on this
wystarczyło
engine,
mi, żeby
and that
w
was enough
podstawowy
for me
sposób sobie zrobić
to work in a basic
setup,
way, to get up
ustawić
to make
sobie
a setup,
lokację,
to
mniej
prepare
więcej taką, jak
location for
miałbym na planie,
myself,
albo jaką
the one that I
chciałbym.
would like that I want had on the set,
Tam
or I
są
would
też
like
potem
to have on
możliwości
the.
programistyczne, no ale to
You
już
have
jak
programmatic
kogoś to
possibilities too,
interesuje.
but this is of course only when
Są-
you're interested
są
in things
różnego
like
rodzaju
that.
kamery,
There are
można
different
ustawiać
cameras.
światło,
You
kiedy
can set
było dla
up the
operatora jest
light,
najbardziej
which for
najciekawsze.
the DOP is
że
the most
światełko, że
interesting
mood,
thing. The light, the mood,
soczewka, wszystko,
the
w
lens,
zasadzie wszystko,
everything
tak jak na
can
planie filmowym,
be
tylko bez,
shown on as on the
namachania się.
filming set,
Ja w
set
zasadzie
but
od razu,
without
jakbym miał
effort.
zaczynać to z zera,
If
to,
I were to start from the scratch
po
today,
filmówce, czy
after film
nie
school
mając
or
nigdy wcześniej
not
styczności
having
jakby z
any
postprodukcją, to dzisiaj od
connection with
razu,
post-production
jakbym
before,
miał dać najlepszą radę, to
if
od
I
razu
were to
wchodziłbym
give
w
you the
Unreala,
best
po prostu. Potem tam jest jeszcze jakieś
advice would
mnóstwo
be to
innych,
go straight into Unreal.
narzędzi,
There's plenty of other
prostszych,
tools, simpler
ale moim
tools,
zdaniem to jakby
but
nie ma
in my
sensu
view it
wchodzić w
makes
takie
no
proste
sense
rzeczy, które mają
if
dużo
you are
ograniczeń.
trying to
Bo
work
Unreal
with simple
to jest
things
world builder.
which have
Tam naprawdę można cały świat
limitations,
stworzyć,
because
nie mając
Unreal is a
nawet
world
mega
builder.
potężnego
You can
komputera,
create a whole world not having even a very
który
very
będzie
powerful
polskim
computer
gardłem.
that would be
Przecież nie
a
każdy ma w
bottleneck
domu
for you
potwora,
later.
nie każdy
You do
ma
not
w
have,
domu
not
peceta
everybody
za
has a
kilkanaście
monster in
tysięcy
their house,
złotych,
like a monster
a do
PC
Unreala na
for
początek
several
wystarczy
thousand
taki
zlotys. And
normalny
for
komputer
Unreal, it's
za
enough
parę
to have a
powiedzmy
normal
tysięcy,
computer
taki,
for
który moim
several
zdaniem operator też powinien zresztą mieć,
for a
bo
few thousand. This is something a
powinien gdzieś
DOP
czasami
should
chyba
have,
zgrywać
because
swoje
sometimes
rzeczy,
he should
które
also
kręci, więc
download the thing
tam zakładam,
they
że
should.
nawet
So I
operator
also
dzisiaj
assume
ma
that
całkiem
the
dobry komputer.
DOP also
To
would
jest
have
moja
a
jedyna
decent,
rada, jaką
at
miałbym
least
dać.
computer
Unreal i tyle.
in their
Wchodzić w
house.
Unreala
So go into Unreal
i nie zajmować się,
and
nie rozpraszać uwagi na nic
do
innego.
not disperse your attention to anything else.
Stasiu pisze tak, Chernobylite nadal jest
Chernobylite
w Early Accessie.
is still in access, is still
Od
done in access,
października ubiegłego roku.
starting
Tak,
from
gra się
October
cały
last
czas
year, and this
rozwija,
game is being
do niej też
developed.
wychodzą zwiastuny,
They also
które
have
opisują
trailers
najnowsze
for that,
dodatki
which
do tej
describe
gry.
the mode,
I ona pewnego dnia zostanie tak
the newest add-ons to that
zrealizowana.
game, and it will
Będzie
be
full release tej gry.
completed. There will be a full
I
preview of that game.
jakbym miał ci coś
And if I
powiedzieć,
were
ci
to
powiedział,
tell
że
you a
wróć
bit
do tej
more,
gry.
I would
Jeśli
say
grałeś
that
ją w
you
zeszłym
should
roku na
go
Early
back to
Accessie, to
this
teraz
game if
wygląda
you
o
play that
100%
in
lepiej.
Early
Tam jest
access.
mnóstwo nowego
Access.
kontentu.
They have it's totally different
Z tego,
right
co wiem,
now.
są nowe postacie,
They have
które
plenty
można dołączyć
of
do
new
drużyny i tak
characters
dalej,
which
więc
you can add to
tak,
your
graj,
team.
wróć,
Yes,
ta gra
play,
wygląda
go
lepiej,
back to this
wygląda
game. It
ładniej,
looks
ona jest cały
better.
czas
It looks
poprawiana.
much nicer. It's being improved all the time.
No ja w nią akurat teraz tak naprawdę gram też.
I'm playing this right now.
I wiem właśnie, widzę sporą różnicę,
So
bo
I
też grałem w
do
zeszłym
see a
roku
lot of a difference. I've been playing it
i
last year,
teraz,
and
no, robimy coś tam
we
przy
are
niej,
doing
więc
something
dosyć
with
dużo
this
w niej
game.
siedzę.
So I'm working quite a
I
lot with
mogę
it,
powiedzieć, że
and I
tak,
can
że jest
say
tam
that
mnóstwo
yes,
pracy nowej
you have
włożonej.
plenty of work there. You can see plenty of work there.
A nad jakimi projektami obecnie pracuję?
Which projects I'm working on right now?
No na pewno mogę powiedzieć wprost
Well, I can say
o tym
directly
największym
that
polskim
we
projekcie,
can
że
talk
tak,
about
że
the
przy nim
biggest Polish
pracujemy
project that
cały
we're
czas.
working on this all the time.
Z nazwy go może nie będę
I
wymieniał,
will
ale
not
powiem o co chodzi. Premiera w
provide you the
listopadzie.
name, but the premiere is in November. That
W
tells you
zasadzie
everything.
Od lat pracujemy przy
For a
tym
few years,
projekcie
we've been
i
working on this
produkujemy,
project, and
pomagamy
we've been
produkować
helping
zwiastuny
in
i
creating
robimy
trailers
też
for
trochę
that
rzeczy, które
and doing some things,
jedną rzecz,
that
którą
at least
zobaczycie w
one thing
grze,
that you will see in the game,
można powiedzieć, że ona powstała
we
u
could
nas.
say that it was created in
No i
Rebel
to jest,
Studios.
o tym mogę powiedzieć
And this is
otwarcie,
what I this I can talk about it openly, but there are plenty of projects I cannot even tell you because they haven't been announced yet. Now Blair Witch for Oculus is being released right now for Oculus Quest, and we did one trailer for this, and the premiere of this game is in a week's time before Halloween, and it's gonna be a treat. You play that in a VR goggles, and if you're faint of heart, this is not something I would recommend, because going around the witch's house in VR is not something for the people who have problems with the heart. And Gabriel and Magda are recording the gameplays of Blair Witch, and Gabriel said that he doesn't want to play that anymore. It's so scary. So Blair Witch Project, Cyberpunk, and many things that will be released only in a while, which you will hear about, which are still in the production, somewhere in the depths of production. So this is also what our work is. We have access to things which are not in the market and not many people know about, and we are working on them.
Tutaj właśnie, Stasiu, czy mógłbyś to pytanie jeszcze raz mi napisać, bo mi szybko przyleciało i zniknęło.
Could you write this question again for me, because it disappeared for me?
Wydaje mi się, że te ceny VR
I believe that the prices of VR equipment are not that high. The Oculus Go, in my view, costs about 1,000 zlotys. I was talking with Konrad about that on Sunday. Then Oculus Quest, I don't want to lie, but I'm just saying that this will be about 2,000 maybe zlotys. Oculus Quest is really a computer in a helmet. It doesn't need connection to the internet because to the computer, because it's an Android-based computer. So you upload the games directly to Oculus in a way. So 2,000 for a helmet which does not require plugging into the computer. I don't know if that's big or is that a lot or not. Game consoles usually are 1,300 to 1,800 zlotys. Not everybody wants to get into to play into Xbox or other consoles. VR games are shorter and they're very much more intensive, because I believe it's more of an experience than a game. And in order to experience something that you cannot experience in your real life, and if you pay 2,000 zlotys and you have this for years and you can use this equipment for a year, for me this is not an exorbitant price. Here again, there is an interesting thing. I was talking about this with Konrad, because everything that you experience in VR, your brain translates that it's a reality, because the brain has a problem with discerning what happens between what happens in real life and in VR, and so you get scared for real, and you can have nightmares. And Konrad scared me last week, because he told me that our bodies evolutionarily are set in place, and we develop much slower than what we do in technology, and this can bring you problems in real life, and we will have to sort of fortify ourselves, and we'll be like in Cyberpunk, because the bodies cannot keep pace with technology.
Tutaj Stasiu pyta
Here,
o to, czy
Stanisław is asking
VR jest wystarczająco duża. Jest ogromna.
If the library of VR games is big enough. Yes, it's huge. It's one of the cognitivist mistakes. I was assuming that this library is pretty small, and the market is weak, and the games are mediocre. And recently, Star Wars, I think Star Wars Squadron was it's a VR simulator in the Star Wars universe, and that was my game changer.
To był mój game changer, bo
It was my
zobaczymy, jak
game
to wygląda w
changer
zasadzie, jak
because I
kupię
saw
VR-a,
what it looks like,
tylko będę mógł w najbliższym w tym
and I'm
kwartale,
buying
jeszcze przed
vision
świętami
goggles
na
in this
pewno
in this quarter
mnie
before
przekonało
Christmas.
skutecznie.
This absolutely convinced me.
I potem zacząłem grzebać w bibliotece
And then I
gier i tam
started
jest
to
tyle rzeczy do
browse the
grania,
library,
że
and there's so
powiem.
many
Poza tym to są
things to
krótkie
play there,
doświadczenia, tak
and
zwane
these are
experience'e.
you can't imagine
Experience'e,
that.
jak mówię.
And these are short
Najlepsze jest w
experiences.
tym
And
wszystkim
the best
to,
thing here, you
że
know
to nie
that
są
is
gry na
that
30
these are
godzin.
not games
A
for
umówmy
30
się,
hours.
większość z
And
nas już po 30
let's
nie ma czasu
let's
grać
say
tak długo. Więc
after
kupujesz sobie grę na
you're
VR za
30 years old,
trwającą
you
5 godzin.
cannot allow
Płacisz
to
za
play
200
for
zł, powiedzmy.
30 hours.
Masz experience na 5
You
godzin,
have an experience
ale
for
możesz
5
go
hours,
przeżyć raz ponownie.
but you can
Możesz się z
relive it.
kimś
You
podzielić tym
can
jeszcze
share it with
w
someone
domu u siebie. Też jeszcze
at your
możesz
home.
pograć,
This is
więc
the
to nie jest
VR.
taka
So
wygórowana
this is
cena,
not
biorąc pod
really
uwagę,
a
że cena
big
biletu
price,
nowego na
taking into
seans
account
to
that
jest
if you want to go
30
for a
zł,
film to the movie, it's
plus
about
jakieś
30 zlotys
30-40
plus
zależy od
30 to
tygodnia.
40
Już na
depending
2
on the day.
godziny koniec. Za
And
200
you go there for 2
kupujesz
hours
produkt,
and it's
który
done.
możesz
For
wielokrotnie
200
pograć
zlotys you
i
you buy a
przygoda
product
trwa
which you can
5,
play
maksymalnie do 10
again and
godzin.
again and again,
To jest
and the
Half-Life
adventure
3,
is
czy to
5
jest
to
właśnie
10 hours,
Squadron, czy to jest
depending on
Resident
whether it's
Evil 7,
Half-Life 3 or
7,
Resident
który też
Evil
jest
7,
drugą grą
which is
na
quite a
PSVR.
long
Więc
game
ja
for
już się
the
poddałem i też
PSVR.
Konrad mnie przekonał. Od
So
2 lat
I gave up, and Conrad
gadał mi o tym
convinced me.
VR-ze.
He was
Ja
talking to me
zwracałem
for 2 years about
uwagi.
VR. I didn't pay
Też
attention to
jednym
that,
właśnie,
and
właśnie jednym z punktów,
one
jednym
of
z
the
najważniejszych
most
wniosków z tego mojego
important
wypadu powinno być to, że
things that you take from
nie
my
można
lecture is that
bagatelizować
you
żadnych
cannot
nowinek,
really
bo
overlook
nigdy nie wiesz, co
any
jeszcze
novelties
przyjdzie na
because
rynku,
you never know
które
which
mogą się
will
wydawać
catch on the
wręcz
market.
debilne albo
Some
kiepskie, a okazuje
may
się, że masowo się
seem
sprzedają.
banal or idiotic,
Troszkę
but
też
they're
jest tak, że
selling
gorsze
in
lub
throngs.
lepsze,
Also,
czyli te tańsze,
the worst thing
słabsze
pushes
urządzenia
away from the market the
zdobywają
better
rynek, te
things.
bardziej
This,
zaawansowane
the
giną
more
w porokach
advanced
historii rozwoju
things would
technologicznego, czyli są potem
die
tylko
somewhere
uznawane jako te
in
urządzenia,
the
które były
pits of the
pionierskie.
history,
Ale liczcie
and
to, co
they
się
are considered
sprzedaje.
to be the
To,
pioneering
co się
equipment, of
sprzedaje,
course. But
generuje
what
też
sells
morze
is
różnych
the cheap
podwykonawców
equipment,
i
and
dostawców
what sells
contentu do tego. I musisz sobie znaleźć jakiś
the
sposób, żeby
equipment
w to
that sells
wejść,
also has to have
wykorzystać tą falę
content
też
suppliers, and
stosownie.
you have to
To jest
enter this
jakby w
niche
ogóle, to mi
and
przyświecało
go along
cały czas.
this
Ja dwa
rising
razy-
wave.
dwa
And
razy
this
za
is
dużo
my motto.
zbagatelizowałem rozwój.
Twice
Były te gogle
I
VR
overlooked,
właśnie,
I ignored the
i
development of
coś
an
jeszcze
equipment.
bardzo
It was the
zapomniałem, ale
VR
gogle
goggle
VR
and something else. I don't remember
totalna
exactly that, but
bagatelizacja z mojej
I
strony.
totally
I co? I teraz znowu- i
misunderstood
robimy
the
trailery
VR goggles. And what we do now, we do trailers to VR games.
Stasiu, jaka jest różnica pracy między trailerami gier VR a
What is the
normalnymi?
difference in
Podstawowa
working
jest
between the
taka,
trailers in
że
VR games and standard games? The basic difference is that when you're showing the game capture for traditional games,
nawet ja mogę to sobie
even I
robić
can do
po
that
prostu wieczorem,
during the evening
czy w ramach pracy na
or
swoim własnym
within
kompie,
within the work
użyciem,
for working on
czasami
my own
też
computer,
cards do łapania
using
obrazu.
sometimes the
I robię sobie
image
to
capture
po prostu
cards, and I
grając
do
w grę.
that playing that
Z
game.
VR-em jest trudniej.
With VR,
Raz,
it's a
że
bit
trzeba mieć
more
gogle,
difficult because you
których my
need
nie
two
mamy,
goggles,
ponieważ
which we do not have,
zbagatelizowałem
because
problem,
I
dlatego
sort of
korzystam
I
z
overlook the
Konrada,
project,
ale też nie zamierzam
the
przestać,
problem.
bo
So
taki
I'm using
bardzo dobrze pasuje.
I'm using
Więc,
the
to jest
courtesy
jedno
of
ograniczenie.
Conrad
Drugie
and
jest
his
takie,
services, and it
że
works
te gry
very
dobrze
well.
wyglądają
The second
w
thing is
goglach,
those games
ale
look
troszkę
very
gorzej
good in goggles, but
wyglądają,
they don't look
na
so
ekranie
good
monitora.
on the
I
screen.
problem polega na tym,
So the
że,
problem is
ta gra w
that the
goglach
game
jest
in
wyświetlana w dwóch
goggles
ekranach.
is
Więc
is
jakby
presented on
teoretycznie jest dwa
two
razy
screens.
więcej
There you
mocy
have
procesora
twice as much
potrzebne, żeby
processor
obsługić
power that is
grafikę.
required to service the
Więc siłą
graphics.
rzeczy ta
So
gra wygląda teoretycznie, powiedzmy,
by
upraszczam,
force
dwa
of
razy
reality,
gorzej niż
it
zwykła
looks half as
Oczywiście
good as the normal game.
mamy potem problem
So
trochę
then we have a
z
sort of a
pokazywaniem tej
problem
gry w
with
trailerze,
showing this
bo
game
te
in a
trailery
trailer
będą
because the
oglądane na
trailers will
monitorze
be
i potem
watched
w
on a
komentarzach
screen, on a
widzimy,
flat
że
screen, and then in the
gra wygląda
commentaries
strasznie.
I can see people saying,
Że
"Wow, this
tekstury
is
są niskiej
a
rozdzielczości,
lousy
że
game.
drzewa są
The
kanciate,
textures
że
are horrible.
zwierzę jest kanciate, że bohater
The
jest
animal
kanciaty. Prawda jest
has
taka, że w goglach,
edges. The
o wiele
character
łatwiej
has
jest
edges,
to
but in goggles
ukryć i
it's
w
much
goglach tego nie
easier
widać.
to hide
Natomiast,
this.
no i my się zmagamy z tym,
But
więc
we're
próbujemy łapać
struggling with this.
najładniejsze
We're
te
trying
ujęcia.
to get the
Jak
nicer
najmniej
shots
eksponować to,
and
co
to
może
expose
rzeczywiście
as
wyglądać
little as
na
possible
wyglądać
what
źle na
can really
monitorze.
look bad on a flat screen.
No i są to takie sztuczki.
And you have tricks to do that, because not everybody knows that in goggles,
Ten produkt, ta gra jest
this
wyświetlana na
product,
tych
this
dwóch
game
wyświetlaczach,
is
a nie na tylko
displayed
jednym.
on two screens
To
instead
jest
of
jakby
one.
podstawowa różnica.
And this is the
Złapanie
basic difference.
obrazu wymaga
Catching
gogli,
the
wymaga
image
też takiego
requires
sprzętowego
goggles and
know-how
requires
troszkę.
a
Z tego, co
know-how in
wiem, to też
equipment.
trochę programistów
As far as
temu
I
było
know,
potrzebne.
you need a bit of IT
Druga
development
rzecz
there.
to jest właśnie jakość.
Another thing is the quality.
A trzecia rzecz to
And the
jest sama
third thing
specyfika, natura
is the specifics
gogli oraz
and
motoryki,
characteristics of the goggles
ludzkiej
and
dynamiki,
human
ruszania głową i tak dalej.
dynamism,
My jesteśmy
human
tak skonstruowani,
body. We
że
are
nasz,
built in such a way
zmysł
that
wzroku sam
our
stabilizuje
our
wszystkie drgania i my
eyesight
nawet nie
stabilizes
wiemy, jak bardzo
all
tak naprawdę
shaking,
drgamy.
all shakes,
Mamy-
and we
mamy
don't
gdzieś
even
w
know how
mózgu,
much we
oczach
shake.
naturalny
We have a natural
I jak
steadicam in our
nagrywamy
eyes somewhere.
w goglach,
And when we're
grę,
recording
czyli na
a
przykład
game in
ktoś w tej
goggles,
grze
so for
w
example,
goglach
somebody
chodzi po lesie,
in the
to właśnie w
game,
Blair Witch chodzi po lesie na
like in the
przykład.
Blair Witch is walking around
On
the
w ogóle nie
forest,
czuje, że trzęsie
he
tym
doesn't
obrazem. On nie
film
czuje,
he's
że
shaking that image.
obracając się nawet
He,
lekko,
even
są
when
mega
he
duże
turns
drgania, a
around,
potem my
that
dostajemy ten
there's a
materiał
lot
i
of
patrzymy, to jest
shaking there.
straszne, trzeba
And
to
when we get this
stabilizować.
material,
Znaczy, to się nie da. Bo
it's
osoby,
horrible.
które
We have to
próbowały
stabilize
to
it, and
nagrywać,
sometimes you
które
can't do it
nagrywają,
because
muszą,
people who
zachować się,
recorded it have to
troszkę inaczej niż
behave
my
in a
naturalnie.
differently,
Muszą mieć w głowie,
in a different
że
way
ich
than
głowa
normal.
pogeneruje
They have to
drgania.
have
Więc
in
problem jest
the
właśnie z
mind
tymi
that their
ujęciami,
head
że trzeba,
generates
nagrywając się,
shakes
trzeba bardzo
and
mocno
jumps.
pilnować
So
ruchu
you have to
głowy.
really be careful about how you move your head and
Bo te
sort of
gogle oczywiście
twist
mają
your head
jakiś
as
tam
little as
żyroskop,
possible
czy co
because
tam
it,
jest
of
i
course, they
można-
have a
i
gyro
reagują na ruch głowy,
and they
na przykład
react
nachylanie
to the
na
movement
przykład.
of your head.
I trzeba to dbać. Więc to jest trzecia
So,
rzecz.
so you should not
Ja nie
tilt your
ukrywam,
head.
że
It's
po prostu
another
często
thing
w
which you have to bear in
postprodukcji,
mind. And quite
te
often in
nagrywki
post-production,
stabilizujemy
we
w
stabilize
Premierze, żeby była stabilizerem.
in the,
To
for
nie jest
example, in
oszustwo, po
Premiere,
prostu
which is not
chcę pokazać
not
tą
cheating,
grę
because I want to
jak
show this game in the
najprzystępniejszy sposób
best way
potencjalnym nabywcom.
possible
Więc
to
już
to
usuwam te
potential
drgania, żeby nie męczyć wzroku.
clients. So I
Ale to jest taka
remove
trzecia
the
podstawowa
shaking
różnica,
camera
że
to not
ta
to
obróbka
tire our eyes.
obrazu
And also
no jest
this,
troszkę większa w przypadku gier VR.
you know,
VR,
you have to
jak
you
montujemy,
have
musimy
to add
troszkę
the
się
addition
napracować,
and
żeby
processing
pokazać
of the
tą grę w
image
taki sposób,
requires a
jak ją
bit more
naprawdę widzi
effort
osoba w goglach.
in VR so that we
A
could
widzi
show
właśnie w sposób taki,
what
że nas bardziej
how the
stabilizowana.
person
A my dostajemy
sees the
rozegrany
image
po prostu taki,
in VR goggles.
taki obrazek.
Yeah, this is the image that we get, for example, and we have to stabilize it and show it in a normal way.
Okej, to Stasiu, to już
Okay.
mi dziękuję. Ja dziękuję też
Stanisław
wszystkim
says,
bardzo
thank
serdecznie
you. I would
za-
also like to
za
thank
to, że byliście o
everyone
10
for
rano w
being
środę,
here at
tutaj ze mną.
such an ungodly
Siedziałem nad tym
early hour.
wykładem w niedzielę,
On
w
on
poniedziałek,
Wednesday, I was
i
sitting
trochę
on this
wtorek,
lecture
składając to,
on
dokładając jeszcze
over 3
możliwie
days,
najwięcej przykładów,
bringing that
żebyście
together,
zobaczyli
editing
tak
it,
naprawdę
adding
to, o
some
czym
examples
mówię,
so
a nie
you
tylko
could
mnie
see what I'm
słuchali.
talking and not only listening to me.
I
And,
to było mi przyświecało.
And that
i
was my
cieszę się,
goal,
że było
and
tak
I
parę
hope
osób.
that there were a
I
few people who
może ten
wanted to
wykład
watch
potem
me,
będzie
and
online
then
wisiał.
maybe it will be put online somewhere,
I ta praca zostanie
and
tam
this work
jeszcze
will
komuś się przyda
be useful
do
for someone.
rozwoju,
For the
może jakieś
development.
wskazówki się
Maybe
przydadzą i tak dalej.
some of my
Także dziękuję
guidelines will be
bardzo.
helpful to you. So thank you very much.
Tak, Stasiu potwierdza, że będzie.
Yeah, he
Dzięki
confirms that
wielkie.
it will be
Trzymajcie
there.
się. Cześć.
Thank you very
Film
much.
Spring Open for Life.
Film Spring Open for Life.
Tak, moi drodzy, to był właśnie
So my
Kuba
friends,
Sobek.
that
Jak
was
dla mnie
Kuba
bardzo
Sobek. For me, a
fajne,
very
merytoryczne
interesting
spotkanie.
and
Powiedziałbym nawet,
very good meeting with a lot of good content. He
jedno
also
z tych
said
lepszych,
that
które
he,
mieliśmy na
I would say
Springingu,
that's
tak?
one of the
Oczywiście
best
nie
we had in
umniejszając
Film Spring,
innym
not to
twórcom, innym wykładowcom, bo tu
not
każdy
to
wykład jest
belittle
naprawdę
other
ciekawy,
lectures, because
naprawdę
every
warto
lecture
go
here is very
posłuchać.
interesting and it's worth listening to.
Czasami,
Sometimes
są tam treści, które na
it has
przykład,
content
jak
which, for example,
osoby rozmawiają na przykład o tworzeniu efektów
when
specjalnych,
people
które
talk about
kompletnie nie wiem, co się dzieje,
special
ale
effects,
naprawdę
I don't
fajnie
really
się
know what's
wtedy
happening,
słucha.
but it's good to
Widać
listen to those
wielką
people.
pasję,
You can see a
która
lot of
zawsze po
passion,
prostu
which
przebija się
always
przez naszych wykładowców.
sort of
No i sami
shines
to
through
widzicie,
our
tak,
lectures, and you can
oglądając
see
nas.
that watching our
Teraz
stream.
będziemy mieli
Now
taką półgodzinną
we'll have a half an
przerwę.
hour
O
break.
11:30
At 11:30,
mamy tutaj dla
we
was,
will have for you.
to jest taka trochę prezentacja
It's like a
kamery
presentation of
Sony
a camera,
Venice, o
Sony
której na
Venice.
przykład, Adam Suzin
The
miał
Adam
okazję
Suzin
opowiadać
had a chance to
wczoraj.
talk about it
Pokażemy
yesterday.
wam po prostu cztery
We will
krótkie
show you
klipy, które opowiadają
three
więcej
short
o pracy z tą
clips
kamerą,
that
o tym, jak
tell you
ona,
will tell you more about working with
wygląda,
this
czego można się
camera,
po niej spodziewać,
what you can
jak
expect
pracuje.
from it, how it
Więc
works.
zostańcie z
So
nami.
stay with us. Or maybe we'll see us back at 11:30. I'll get disconnected for a while and see you back at 11:30. Hello, my friends, that's me again. I just wanted to let you know that, as you can see in our timetable, at 11:30 we will have for you some more material about the Venice camera. It will not be a lecture that you got used to before. These will be 4 short films that will tell you a bit more about the Venice camera, Sony Venice camera, and I'm changing the card in the coder. At 2 p.m. we'll be back with you with the lecture of Marcin Ziembiński, and then you will learn some more about the virtual set design that was created here when we were doing the stream here. So be earlier during the lecture of Marcin Ziembiński, because I'm sure it's going to be a very good content. So I'm saying goodbye to you, and I'm starting the videos about the Sony Venice camera.
We've been thinking about social distancing, not only about social distancing protocols, but also about how tried and tested technology can create the space you need to stay safe on set. And we'd like to share some thoughts on what's possible now. Some might be familiar, others may not, but combined they allow for almost total separation, so you can focus on the job you love. Your first AC has had full remote lens control on affordable handsets for some time, to control focus, to control iris, to control zoom, and to establish range. And with an additional license on the C Pro, you can control most Venice camera functions remotely in RCP mode, including for the Venice extension system. With the very best CineZoom lenses, you can shoot at a distance from the talent. While for proximity, they also work beautifully as variable prime lenses, so you don't have to switch out lenses as often. And with metadata delivered from the camera through RF, you can establish your focal plane. With the super low-cost Soli wireless LAN option, you have full remote Venice camera control on your tablet from up to 10 meters away over Wi-Fi. You can change all of the camera settings you want to while maintaining a safe distance from the camera. RF represents the production glue. We've been using it for years for drone shooting. The latest Teradek Bolt 4K has a range of up to 1500 meters and can deliver pictures with a 4K resolution and as much colour rendition as you'd require on set to up to 6 receivers. You can also use it to shoot on overhead wire cams and spider cams, and when the camera is mounted on a vehicle, all of which can link back to on-set monitoring. Sony has just launched state-of-the-art 18.4 and 24-inch 4K HDR on-set monitors that perfectly match the colour rendition of the post-industry gold standard displays. With the same familiar menus and functions, the new Sony 4K HDR PVMX monitors makes best-in-class monitoring more affordable on-set, and are perfect for deployment across the production, from cinematographer to first AC and DIT, and for on-set grading. And with the Sony Venice extension system, you have even more shooting options and flexibility, while retaining all the Venice camera functionality and image integrity without compromise. The sensor blocks directly attach to the Venice camera body by a 2.7 meter extension cable or umbilical cord. The extension system with lens is also small and light enough for the talent to self-shoot, and it allows you to use lighter and smaller form factor heads and gimbals that require less physical labour for rapid deployment and multiple setups. As you can see on this remotely controlled dolly, you have full tilt and pan and an adjustable tower height of up to 2 meters. It's perfect for rapid movement, as well as for remotely capturing every angle with minimal fuss, all done remotely from the talent. With all of this tried and tested technology, you can fully realise your cinematic vision while keeping as much distance as you could ask for, between the talent and the crew, the operator from the camera, and the operator from the operator. Combined with recommended social distancing protocols, you can minimise risk to give you the confidence to break free.
I love the Venice camera. I love working in 16-bit colour space. I love the latitude of the camera, the way the camera gives me a flexibility to explore different lighting environments. The first time I used the Sony Venice extension system was on my last production, where we had to do a couple of days of car interior work. I think Sony have been very creative in their thinking and their manufacturing of the Venice, because it's a modular camera system that gives you, on one hand, a camera that's small and you can hold in the palm of your hand, to a full 6K production camera that delivers to the spec of companies like Netflix. We used the Sony Venice extension system in combination with the Zeiss Supreme primes, which I thought complemented the lightness of the extension block with a weight of 1.9 kilos. The camera was very quick to work with. It really helped to speed up the day. The Venice extension system still allows you to use all the inbuilt NDs and the full function of the camera. You're able to work much faster with a smaller camera to achieve images that would have taken a lot more rigging time. We were able to shoot in a lift relatively quickly by using a handheld camera. We're able to move with the camera in a much more free-form way. We're able to go from low to high, to really throw the camera around in a way that a bulkier camera would have taken a lot more muscle power. We were trying to utilise creative ways of putting the camera where we needed to. Sometimes I just stood on a box and held the camera above my head. One of the earlier shots in the sequence is where we asked Fran to pick up the camera off the table. So the extension block has a flat back and we just laid it on the table and Fran picked it up and started singing.
The Agito is a modular robotic dolly system that can mimic moves from track and dolly to a Steadicam man. It's just a nice, easy way of being able to get stabilised shots. Having the main body of the camera tethered and the payload of the system down at the bottom of the Agito chassis, and having such a small payload up high enabled us to do fast, agile moves that you wouldn't be able to do with any other large format camera. It was a really good synergy between the two systems and one that I'll use in the future.
It's a really exciting way of moving the camera on any terrain in a very controllable and fast way.
We shot at 6K at an aspect ratio of 2:1, and we were shooting with the XOCN ST codec, which actually gave us 67 minutes on one card, which was impressive for a terabyte.
The Sony Venice is new to me. My experiences recently were a pleasant one. We were on a drama in Jordan and the main unit was shooting on Venice. What was staggering was the low light capabilities. The images looked absolutely stunning. The high range of contrast that the camera handled was the impressive part. One of the key features that stood out was the native ISO of 2500. Night shots particularly were noise-free, the blacks were solid black, there was no noise, and the highlights were handled extremely well.
There was a clarity which I've never really seen before from other cameras when we shot at night. The lens opens up to 2.9, which is pretty good, but we were shooting at 2,500 ASA and I couldn't see any noise at all. So I had a big monitor, you can usually see that.
I expect the Sony Venice to have a great take-up. The full-frame sensor is the advantage. We can use it in some of our systems with some of our existing lenses, so that widens its appeal.
The Venice has gained a lot of traction, especially with Netflix and the requirements of the deliverables. I've only just begun to explore the possibilities that the Venice extension system offers, but I find that quite exciting to have a full production camera you can hold in the palm of your hand. It gives you the mobility and the ability to move with a camera in a very new way.
At Mission, we have a combination of what we call perma-lancers and staff that kind of make up close to about 50 people with on-set services in our daily labs and Q-take, playback, and more recently as well, some of our previs.
We're just one part of the chain. We are a bridge. We like to consider ourselves bridges between the set and the post-production.
At the moment, we've got about a third of our project shooting on Venice and using the new XOCN.
The number in pre-production is going way further than the third that we are shooting right now.
we've been working with XOCN when it kind of came out in the early days with the F55, but I think it really was the Venice that kind of really created the huge volume of work that we are getting.
At Mission, we need to be really agnostic instead of software manufacturers. So we're processing material with ColorFront, we're using Resolves, we're using Filmlight, we're using POM4, we're using any software that we are requested to or that fits the budget.
The support and ubiquity of the whole environment of XOCN has been really good.
In any of the steps of the different processes and different steps that we follow on set, from the point of capture, backups, metadata reading and dailies delivery, VFX pulls and so on, we haven't found any limitations or any problems with XOCN so far.
So the great thing about working with the XOCN is its flexibility. Right from the get-go, we're able to choose the color space and the viewing log that we're working in. So if we're using Sony's own proprietary color spaces, or if we're using the Academy's ACES as well, we can do that right from the SDK.
In terms of color management, it's very flexible because it's allowing us to adapt to any color management that we are requested to do, from ACES pipelines to standard color pipelines or legacy color pipelines, as we're starting to call them. RAW is a mandatory piece of kit in either our lab or on our on-set services. When they need to send me any files, when we need to send, even to the colorist, send quick reference images and so on, instead of compressing them into a JPEG or a GPX, you can trim it in XOCN and just send it to your colorist. And even on set, you can do it with a little Wi-Fi signal.
When you look at the size of the files that you get from shooting like 6K on the Venice, and then you look at the fidelity and the quality comparatively, it's striking. You can, in many cases, half or even more than half the storage costs. Where you might use another camera manufacturer, your storage costs will double.
First of all, XOCN, it's straight out of the sensor. It is not a codec. It's not a video codec, which you're going to be most of the time limited to 10, 12-bit. That's what has been keeping the 16-bit linearity out of the sensor. Even with some other 444 16-bit files, codecs, you're always going to be already in logarithmic. It's not linear data from the sensor. We found that it's a massive saving compared to a 444 12 or 16-bit codec.
The cost to entry we're working with XOCN is incredibly low. I think for us, our only investment is the card reader, which is very affordable. If we look at other camera manufacturers, we're having to buy software, or specifically software licenses, and also incredibly expensive hardware just to be able to have the privilege of being able to actually download and handle the material. That's meant that we've been able to pass those cost savings on to production as well. But it affects everybody who works with the codec down the line. XOCN's capability of being able to retain high fidelity images while being able to save so much in storage and also reduce the cost of ownership. Our customers can spend more money on creativity, whether it's more lights on set or more time in the grade. I think one of the great thing about the different flavors of XOCN, particularly LT, which is a massive cost saving. It's about half the size of ST. And we've compared ST and LT together, and in most conditions, they're almost identical. So you can shoot LT for the most of the shoot, it's cost saving. And if you've got like a big, dark scene or a VFX scene that you're more concerned about having the fidelity, then you can crank it up to the next two levels as you need. LT for us has been an incredible codec to use for 80% of the shoot at least.
It's very, very hard to see or to perceive any difference between the LT and the ST. Data is money. So there's always a saving. If you got less data, you're saving money.
It's an Arthurian tale, another retake on the legend of King Arthur and Excalibur. Cameras can completely inform a look of a film. I tested many different cameras, and the Venice eventually came out on top because of what it could creatively offer through the latitude and the dynamic range, its colour space, its full frame capabilities, and also the ergonomics of the camera.
This seems like they've really done their homework with the colour science. It's got so many stops, more stops than you need, dynamic range. It's also very organic. Any noise it does create is a nice grain. In the shadows, they're so clean.
We tested the entire workflow, which is very, very, very important with digital cameras. You can't just look through an eyepiece and say, yeah, that's a great image.
It's more about how you're going to move the data you're going to film through into post and then to the final picture.
Not only did it deliver beautifully for me creatively, but also my DIT was enabled to work with live grading on set.
Taking log from the camera, and I was using live grade and my LUT boxes to apply the show LUT that was created with Greg Fisher and James Friend, and create CDLs on a scene-by-scene, shot-by-shot basis.
It enabled them to work quicker and more securely.
Half a terabyte would be 40 minutes of 6K. It's a big difference, and a big cost difference for post.
I most certainly hadn't shot in large format before. And when you do the side-by-side tests, the image is quite staggering. I think working with HDR does inform the way I technically light a show. Naturally, with such a high dynamic range, and you're going to have very rich blacks and you're going to have very bright highlights. What we found that worked beautifully with the Venice is, due to its fabulous latitude and its dynamic range, we could confidently know that what we were capturing, we could create power windows around the campfire or alternatively around the actor's face and adjust the exposure.
We were shooting 6K, 79, S-Log, 3 Cine. We would offload them on set, so we would make 2 backups. It'd be sent to the lab, and the lab would apply the CDLs and the show LUT to the dailies, and obviously do all the conversion process. Now, considering we're shooting 6K RAW, it's incredibly efficient.
It enabled them to work very swiftly and securely to turn the data around, so we had rushes.
They will then create what's known as dailies, which will go up to a viewing platform of some description for producers and everyone to watch. They will make an editorial copy, editorial dailies. Obviously that will go over to the edit suites, and then we'd have the footage for Greg to start grading.
Greg Fisher was involved with Kirst from the testing stage, working with James Friend to develop the look of the show, setting up suitable HDR and Rec 709 LUTs, going through to grade the first 6 episodes. He developed a HDR LUT for the show, and then he made a Rec 709 version for it to be used on set and by VFX. Everything was Rec 709 until the final grade was up and running. All the grading is done in HDR, that being the only mastering render. A Dolby Vision Pass produces the Rec 709 metadata via the CMU.
The electronics behind the camera are pretty groundbreaking. I love the pictures that come out of it. The guys that developed the camera and developed the sensor have done an extraordinary job because it's, frankly, I think it's the best digital camera out there on the market.
Raz, dwa, raz, dwa.
Nie te słuchawki. Teraz będzie dobrze. Cześć kochani, wracamy do Was ponownie po przerwie.
Hello my dears, so we're back with you after the break. Marcin Ziembiński is waiting for us, as you probably can see on this screen. So without further ado, I'm letting you into his lecture and I wish you a nice watch.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really glad that we can see each other in this difficult time on slightly different terms, but I hope that the communication will be secured between us. This time, I changed the formula of my lecture because for many years during Film Spring Open I was talking about commercials and different aspects of commercials. However, I was thinking, because I felt during the last lectures I felt that I'm starting to repeat myself. So I decided to make a lecture which combines commercials and broadens the cinematographic space in a way. As you know, that my topic is whether these two industries, whether does an experience in commercial shoots help while working on a feature or TV series, whether it helps or gets in the way. And I wanted to tell you a few words about that. I'm currently on the verge of two worlds because I'm doing both commercials, the TV series and feature films.
Więc jest tak. Więc tutaj chciałbym też wywołać jakąś dyskusję.
I would also try to evoke some sort of discussion if you are with me. Maybe I'm hoping for your questions related to what I will be talking about. You can ask them on the way when I'm talking. If you want me to get into more detail, delve deeper into the details, of course you're invited to raise your voice or talk. Commercial is a very short form, and the one obvious difference is that we're dealing with, in case of commercials, is that the form is really short. In terms of a TV series, it's a work of fiction which has its own time. Sometimes it's 22 minutes, sometimes 44. We also have 1 hour formats and 50-minute formats, but this is a huge difference, because 30 seconds or even a minute in comparison to 22 minutes are two different worlds altogether. So this is one of the things that separates very much these two worlds. And if you've done a lot of commercial forms, very short forms, and you enter onto the TV series world, I think happens. It's like a totally different way of storytelling. I'll tell you about the storytelling dimension of all that, about what is related with just transfer of the information. Of course, later I'll be talking about the image, about leading the actors, and addition, what separates and what brings together these two worlds, and also about the production. Because production of a commercial is a totally different thing from producing a TV series. Okay, coming back to storytelling. Commercials have their own set of rules which are related to commercials only, because they sometimes tell a story which is very chaotic. At least we imagine that it's very chaotic, but at the end, the final shots, the pack shots sometimes, explains to us what the whole commercial was about. I've never seen in a commercial, in any series, a situation when for 20 minutes you don't know what's happening at all in the film, and only at the very end of it we explained in one sentence so that people could understand everything that was happening before. And this is very important. Because a commercial in its storytelling can be sometimes a bit chaotic, a bit obscure, working on shortcut, on sort of visual and intellectual shortcuts, and supplied also sometimes by the voiceover. So thinking about the storytelling, we have to have our mind a bit more open. We have to be very much more open to metaphors, to certain mental connections, finding symbols, very short shots which have very strong meaning. And also this means that in the storytelling, in the commercial, we have a situation in which we are working with certain symbols. We are using things
które znamy jako archetypy.
Which are archetypical. We use a lot of archetypes. And this is something that when we move on to a longer form, which also works on something that on a situation when we really want to understand, we want to understand emotions and we want to draw the viewer into this emotion. It makes us, then the story that we're telling, we want the viewer to identify with one of the protagonists or several protagonists. And this is in TV series and features, but not in commercials. I'm talking about my own experience because I have some very good experience and very well-defined experience in shifting from commercials to features and TV series. I've done commercials very intensively for so many years, and after 10 years break when I didn't do any features, I started to do TV shows and series, and the first series after a long break occurred to be a very interesting experience, even though it was not my first series. It suddenly occurred that certain habits I had over those 20 years of doing commercials proved to be shocking for me sometimes. So I will also, at the later stage of my lecture, I will tell you how it worked on the later stage of the production. In the script, it's told through the fact that I felt that certain scenes are too long and that there are things which are unnecessary. And I didn't know why it takes so long to tell the story. So my habits from these shortcuts in storytelling proved to be illusionary, because a TV series, feature too, but longer TV series require storytelling where in many places you need to soften things or prolong things or calm things down. We have scenes which tell something about the protagonist without any words. It's something that is long, it seems unnecessary, which for the story builds only certain emotion which we have with the viewer. The scene where our protagonist is riding a bike in a park and laughs. We have plenty of scenes like that in the history of cinematography. It only seems like a scene when it's nice, it's fun, it feels good. It's a scene, for example, of like two people in love. We show certain emotions that are related to those people through image, but the image, we quite often use the image to this engagement of a viewer. We will do it for our viewers to engage in what our protagonists do. Such things are very rare in commercials. In some form, people try to use that, but that works only in director's cut type of commercials. In longer forms, where we have the possibility of making 3 minutes, which you can see very well on Allegro, on Allegro commercials, where we're talking the emotional story of the protagonist, but they work perfectly in those longer forms, like over 1 minute, like 2-3 minutes long. But if you look at the TV shortcuts, which are 30 or 35 seconds long, in reality, if we started from watching the shorter version of those commercials, the emotion is not really there. The story barely works there. It only the shortcut allows you only to see what's happening in storytelling, but does not convey emotions. The longer version have the same what the series can also provide you with, and you have to remember about that when you approach TV series after working commercials. If we have certain habits related to the fact that certain things are unnecessary, you have to think twice. And you have to think with a broader emotional category in terms of TV series and feature films. On the other hand, experience from the commercial world helps a lot in storytelling the scenes, which for people which only know the feature world are difficult sometimes for them, like the dialogue scenes, the situations which are based only on details, the shots, sorry, without dialogue, the shots which tell the story only through image, which are related to emotions or the action itself. These are, for example, scenes, quick-paced scenes, also all the passing of time, all the things that are related to very sharp, quick cuts. And here, commercial experience helps a lot. I've been doing a lot of action films, and what really helped me is that all action scenes, all the dynamic scenes, where you really have to get a lot of settings and do a very quick addition, I must say that commercials gave me here a lot, because I also had a chance to make such mini scenes in commercials, which I didn't do in my features. So this is something that will help you, and do not be afraid of that, to use that in TV shows. It's an experience which can help you do more complicated things than simply dialogue scenes. So this is the first thing, which is related to the fact that how we read the script, how we approach the script. This is the first aspect related to the script itself. And of course, later we move on to realization, to production. And let me tell you a few words about the process of production. We are shooting a commercial in one day in our times. 2 days is also like a standard, but 3-day or 5-day commercials, it's much less common. It is usually so that then you do a number of commercials on one site, on one set, and it's a very short period, and in a very clear-cut way you can see the whole commercial, have it under control. These pictures are not so separated in time, so sometimes you can realize them in chronological order. And what I'm doing with commercials, I'm editing them on the go. So I do have my shooting board as a Stylomatic on my computer. My editor is on the set. I'm putting in my images from the shooting board to my Stylomatic. I control the cuts, so I'm controlling if there are good emotions in the cut, a good momentum of movement, and I'm improving things and sort of troubleshooting on the go. It's the great ease of making commercials in our times. It wasn't so 10 years ago. This possibility of editing commercials on the set. So this is really good, because you can see all the faults and all the glitches on the spot, and you can improve a shot immediately because you can see something is wrong in the cut. Or we can see that some shot is evidently missing, and we add it on the go, and it's a fantastic easiness in shooting commercials. That's why the market of the commercials market is improving in the world all the time, because the possibilities of quality control on the set are humongous. We also have a group of people who if we have, for example, CGIs, we have the whole FX and CGI guys. I'm not talking about about the online reality.
właściwie wszystko wiemy już na planie.
So we know everything on the set from the outset. We know that all the green screen, we can control them. Before that you did that by the rule of thumb, or so you followed your nose. Now the whole models are prepared. We can put them in the film. We can control things live, even if it's a handheld camera.
Więc to jest w ogóle super.
So this is fantastic.
W serialu jest zupełnie.
And in a series, it's totally different. Why? Because
za dużo ujęć się robi.
You do too many shots.
W związku z tym nawet jeżeli jest montażysta na planie, to nie ma
so even if you have an editor on the set, there's no possibility that if I shot one scene over an hour, I do eight settings in master shots or 8 points of view in master shots. The editor who gets this material, which is shot very, very fast, he will not show me the scene on the go. He has to edit it first. So when I'm leaving the location, I'm going to the next place. He only shows me the scene, so there's no possibility to correct anything. You have to be able, you have to have everything in your head. You have to know what you want to edit, how you want to edit it. Which shots you want to take, which points of view, and which backups you should do, just in order to improve the quality of editing work. So because you do not have the possibility to check on the go or troubleshoot on the go, you have to. It's not enough to be conscious of what you want to have in the scene. But the worst thing is that when doing a series, which most often is, of course, I mean, there are series which are shorter, but the premium series you usually have 5 days per one series, and even more premiums like Canal Plus and Netflix have about 10 days for shooting one episode. So if let's say if it's a maximum premium HBO, Netflix or Canal Plus series, it's 80 shooting days with 8 episodes. This means that sometimes due to the reasons related to actors or locations or anything else, you have to do things like on the first day you're doing the last scene of the episode, and then the scene that precedes it you have to do 20 days later. So we really have to know what this penultimate scene or ultimate scene, what it will look like. We need to know what the end will look like, even though we're filming only the beginning of the film, the episode. So we're getting on the higher level of imagination and preparation for the project. The more we know our script, the more we know what we want to get in every scene, the more we remember how we want to lead our actor. This is one of the most important things. You have to understand how all our characters change, how their drama line and change, how it evolves, and how their emotions change in each scene and the whole episode. So because we're not filming, in the good time order, you have to remember that certain relations between, for example, neighbors, they have their emotional consequences. So if the last scene ended with this horrible sort of breakdown of our mental breakdown of our protagonist, and in the next scene she will be smiling, that means that there would be some sort of a conflict. Of course, if it's done on purpose, it's all right, but if it's just because we forgot or we didn't know that this scene will end badly, quite often in the editing, if you put together one cut, everything works all right in terms of action, but the emotions don't work well. So this is the big difference between the TV series and the commercials. The rules are pretty similar, but the control you have in commercials is huge. So if, for example, if we have a protagonist who's crying and then she's laughing, and it doesn't work well, we can see that immediately if it works well or not. We can see the mistake because you also have mental shortcuts in a commercial. So this bringing together the crying and the laughter, it's more credible because it's, you sometimes do it like this, but you can see if you didn't make any mistake. You can control the whole project on the go. And on top of that, we all know that we prepare prefaces for the commercial, which help us even more. They tell us a lot before we even start working. So that gives you a lot of comfort in working, and you can really create really good things. In a feature, you can do prefaces of certain scenes. There are directors who do prefaces of their whole film, but this is very time consuming, and most often if you make the whole preface of the film, you know everything about the film. It works very well. Sławomir Idziak talks about that very often, that he supports this very much, and he really likes prefaces because they help you learn your own, to get to know your own project, both in terms of commercials, but also if you make it for the feature or a TV series, that helps you to ideally move in the space of your own film on a very broad line related to the whole narrative. Because if we have 8 or 10 episodes, that's a huge story. 50 minutes, let's say 10-50 minutes, 15-minute episodes of a TV series. This is the standard format for HBO, Canal Plus, and Netflix. Even 44. It's the format of our televisions. It's 45 times 10. It's 450 minutes. It's 450 minutes, which means that this is almost 4 full feature films. So you as directors are covering a huge time span of a story which you have to manage for 60 or 80 days, and every time you have to be ready for any questions, both from the acting department, from the set designing division. Why do we need that prop? What the scene is about? Why do we enter through that door, not through this door? So this is something that is really a great challenge if we are used to working in commercials and we use the editing tools on the set, and we move on to the TV series, can make us feel a bit lost in the beginning. This is just the production. A great difference also in the creative process on the set. There's a great difference in leading of the actor. Why? Because if you lead the actors totally differently in a commercial from how you lead the actor in a feature film or a TV series. Because in a commercial, quite often you require a lot of action that the protagonist, our actor have to do. Where you have to press them and condense them and make him play it in 1.5 seconds you have per one shot. So, for example, he has to raise his hand, carry something, and smile at the same time. This is what you have in the commercials. In these activities in TV series and features, they are divided for the actor. He's not doing several things simultaneously. He first raises his hand, then he raises the other hand, then he turns his head. We divide these actions. This is more realistic and it looks nicer. You can play something in between, and in a commercial, to a large extent, is ruled not only by that you have to fill this 1.5 second with a lot of things of action. You have to overlay this with emotion. So this is all extremely condensed. So quite often people who only play in feature films and when they play as celebrities in commercials, in certain commercial situations they get lost. They feel uneasy, they feel bad when they're doing this, when they're forced to play in a totally different way than they normally do in films and TV shows. But people like models and other people who play in commercial episodes, that's natural for them. It's like their second nature, because they are used to that. And that's the very clear difference between leading the actor in a feature film and leading an actor in a commercial. Of course, there was a great differences in preparation in the first discussion with the actor. In a commercial, you don't tell the story, the structure of the role, what's the background of the character. The director's remarks, which we do in commercials, are usually faster or slower, but slower doesn't happen a lot. And we explain to the actor what they have to do. For example, you have to go from this side to the other side. You have to hold that and smile. And so this is quite mechanical. It's a mechanical leading of a person so that it looks well in front of the camera in this short flash. Of course, in the lifestyle commercials, where we need that naturality, we prefer longer shots, and we will say, okay, run here or look around, and we film that in a totally semi-random way. It's a lifestyle in a way. But then there's also a slightly mechanical. It's not. There are practically no situations in commercials where we're doing a psychological situation where you would have to explain which emotions have the protagonists have, apart from the more complicated things. You usually say smile, be sad, be happy, be content. This is the scope of remarks. However, if we're getting into the TV series, and this is the biggest difference that I see between the commercial and the series, is that leading the actor is the biggest force of doing longer forms. Through the actor and the whole story, you enter the emotions that are supposed to be transferred to the viewer or communicated to the viewer, and the viewer has to engage somehow in every single scene, and therefore engage the whole film too, and live that film once again as we presented them with the actors. So the truth that is related to the actors playing is different from the truth in commercials. With our sort of I would say the commercial truth is slightly warped. We create words which are not there, which are very idealized. These are things that are written with a very thick brush, whereas in the TV series, let's assume in a series which is going towards more psychological drama, we think in a totally different way how the actor is supposed to play before the camera, how he should transfer the emotion. And for me that was also a thing that I had to learn anew. Quite often I was speeding up the actors. During my first series I was trying to speed up the actors, or I really wanted them to play faster. Thankfully, I had my post-production was built in such a way that almost immediately the material went to the editing, and I could see them of the first shooting days. And after the first shooting day, I've noticed that it just doesn't work. The fact that they play fast and the scene is pretty short, it doesn't mean that it's good. because emotions are not there. You know, the sense of discussions of words also disappear. The most interesting things which I find in feature films is the building of relations and telling things which are not in the dialogues. Certain emotions are only in the looks, or only they're in the pauses between the dialogues. And I was used to the situation when you do not have pauses or they're too long. So I very quickly remember that. Thankfully, I started with feature films and TV shows, so I was sort of aware enough, and that's why I really wanted to see those scenes for myself. And immediately after the preliminary edition, I saw that they are too fast. I shot a lot of material. I need to do a lot of shots, which helped me, because if you can sort of prolong the pauses artificially if you have more than one shot. And because I was doing a lot of additional shots, that saved me. That saved my skin. After the first day we did something like that, and after slowing down all the scenes, which I did on the first day, it occurred that it's much better. And then, of course, I entered that standard mode. I sort of switched into this TV show realization and to leading the actor in a totally different way. So this saved me. The thing that saved me was previewing what I already have for edition. Of course, it was also a habit I got from commercials, but with 1 day delay. But still, you have to know that you can't do every scene like that. You have to do scenes properly, in a feature-like way. Do you have any questions to that part of my lecture? I have a question. You say that working with the actor on the... well, no, I think you misunderstood me, probably. I said it's much more difficult to work with actors who are used to feature films. It's more difficult to work with them on the sets of commercials. I mean, I did plenty of commercials with celebrities, and it is so that I ask them to play in such a way that they don't care too much, because this is the funniest situation, that they think that if they play in a very commercial way, when they hasten everything through, that they say something very, very fast, because in the commercial you have to provide dialogues in very, 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 very fast. Then the people who came to commercials as celebrities, even though they are fantastic actors, they had a feeling that they play very badly, that what they do is a total failure, and they were and they said, and they were very sort of embarrassed about that, and they said, I can't do that. My big help was when I saw that I could show them what they did in edition. We've worked for a long time with Zbyszek Zamachowski, who was the face of the Polish telecommunication, and it was so that I said, come and see, and said, oh, that looked pretty well. And initially he had a lot of reservation. He had a huge problem with playing. And when he saw that, it worked perfectly later. He's a very open man and a very, very good man, and we've worked together since the film school, so that also was easier. With people I don't know, this helps a lot, that you're able to show them the shot that will make it into the film, and it sort of calms them down if you have a problem like that. Because discussions won't help in anything. The one thing that will help, the short explanation that I gave you here, that we are playing like this because commercial is 30 seconds long, and you have to speak very fast and you have to combine those activities, because otherwise we won't squeeze into time. And that's the only thing you can really say, because if you can't show the editing because it's not there, you really have to push the actor. You have to treat like, let's do your version. Let's see, maybe it's gonna work in the editing, but I really would like to ask you for a very condensed, quick-paced version, maybe slightly natural for you, but I need to have it. Otherwise, it might happen that I will not be able to edit my commercial. We have another question. If show.
Nie, absolutnie, no znaczy ja pokazuję, znaczy są, jest tak, z aktorami jest...
With the actors, the situations are different. During the last series, I had a situation that I had actors who really wanted to watch their shots, and they gladly watched the whole scenes. They drew conclusions from that, and these scenes told them a lot in what their character is. They corrected certain things, so that was the material that helped them. But on the other hand, there are actors who do not want to watch their repeated scenes or even other people's scenes. I wanted to, for example, I made a shot, I wanted to correct it, and I told them, come to me, I'll show you how to correct it. And he said to an actor, and the actor answered, no, I don't want to see that. Explain it to me because I don't want to watch myself. You always have to be ready that the video actor will not help the actor. You will have to explain it to them personally. Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about. It's a bit like this. My experience is that you have to feel the actor. You have to feel their approach. You have to talk to them, what they need. Sometimes you have an actor who wants to see the footage, but as you were kind to mention, this might block the actor. For example, he might see that he played badly, and he really gets blocked. And you do it in the initial phase, during the first shooting days, when you see that the actor does not treat watching the double as a sort of guideline, but rather has a problem with the reception of his self-image. It is, for example, I have something like this. When I hear my voice recorded on a tape, I feel that it's horrible. And it's the same with some actors who see themselves and say, oh, I played so badly, even though they played very well. And this blocks them, and you can't show such things to such actors. Some actors are pretty cool about it. They say, oh, that was pretty nice, I just need to correct one thing. And I say, this is exactly what I wanted you to correct. And to those actors, you can show it. It makes work faster. It makes it easier and strengthens the actor of that sort. And there are actors who have huge self-awareness and who know that watching your footage and the shot that we did right now does not help them. They don't like this. They are guided by their own experience and self-control of playing a shot, and based only on the director who tells them what should be done differently. It is so, and this is the great difference between the commercials and the TV series, is that when we are preparing commercial, we meet for one day, for up to 2 days. Everything is mechanic at that point. You build no relations. everything is.
Trochę jest takie, że możemy się trochę pośmiać, ale
We can laugh,
nie stajemy
but
się, nie wchodzimy w jakąś głębszą relację.
when we have a deeper relation with a human being, we don't enter that relation because it's too short. During a feature or during a TV series,
my z aktorami, właściwie z całym zespołem,
we, with the whole team, if we have a well-prepared TV show and our production is organized in such a way that we have time for this, and this is how it should be done. During my last series, I had something like that we meet 2 weeks in advance. We sit down, the whole crew, and we read one episode after the other. We meet in the morning, then we eat lunch, we chat, we make a cigarette break. So those 2 weeks before the performance, we start to become friends as people. There are sympathies and antipathies. You start to sort of establish relations. Every man has their character, their habits. They like things, they don't like things, they're afraid of things, and this is how it happens. And then when you enter those 80 shooting days, it's a situation like in the family. There are better days, worse days, better moments, worse moments. You have to approach every man, both in the cast and the crew, because these are the people who create your series. They build your TV series. You have to be a psychologist of sorts, an observer of human beings with whom you cooperate. You are, in a way, the captain of the ship, and you have to manage. Oh, it seems that we lost connection. Just wait for me for a while and I'll try to connect with Mr. Ziembiński again. Unfortunately, Marcin left our meeting. Yes, but he's coming back now. Hello? Yes, am I back? Yeah, something disconnected us. Yes, we are. I think directing. And I really like this quote. Directing is not a profession. Directing is character, because it is related to a very strong emotional trait, and without that element it's very difficult to direct a longer form, because you do not have to be a psychologist when you're working on or with commercials. As I said, it's very mechanistic. For the 20 years of working in commercials, I made friends with plenty of people, but mainly with people who are among the crew, not the cast, with the editors, sound engineers, because we all did commercials, and because I did a lot of commercials, I met them again and again on many sets. We had a possibility of talking a bit longer than only about commercials, and then we met during some private meetings because we knew each other. So these commercial makers were friends or not, but at least we knew each other very well. However, with the actors, with the cast in my commercials, this is sad to say, but I don't remember them, because this is how it works. I remember the people with whom later, in some way, I managed to meet during some other commercial, or we met in the town, and we were starting to sort of we were talking about that commercial. But it's very rarely that you can sort of become friends if you meet somebody for one day during one set. So if you have a commercial with 6 people in it, and that person entered just for one shot, then you just don't even remember that after a time. And in a series, hello, is everything okay? Can you still see me? Is it okay? Okay, that's good. That's why the difference, it's a huge difference, and it's a great pleasure too. If you have in you this certain, if you like to meet people, if you like to get acquainted with them, talk to them, and you want to be a psychologist of sorts, to be able to talk with that person in such a way that you can draw from them the best things, because the psychology of the director is needed, is because if you have an actor who is sort of very introvert, you have to talk to them in such a way as to find the best, to get the best of them. We've got also actors who are very talkative, and you have to talk with them in a different way to get the best of them. And the psychology is needed because in the whole team, I mean both cast and crew, is to get from those people as much as possible. This is extremely important, because if you will help those people find the best in themselves professionally, at this moment your work, your TV show, your feature film, it really skyrockets in terms of quality. You can have, for example, an ingenious idea for a scene. You have it in your head, but if it is so that you will not be able to translate that to your cooperatives, or if you will be working in conflict, it is often so that sometimes the set designer or the DOP, in their anger and frustration against you, because then you have this angry relation with them, subconsciously will not be doing their best. It's not that they will be doing something on purpose. I do not believe that, but certainly they will not sort of release all its talent and capabilities. So whenever there's a more nervous situation on the set, I think it's worse for the project. I have a question. Are there any mistakes, errors that you have to be careful about when you're going from... Yes, as I've mentioned, the other way, it's very simple. I think it's much more difficult for a feature director who from the very outset did only such things and did them for a very long time, and they move on to the commercial world. This is really like a dramatic change. This is something that you might not be even able to understand, and you have to be careful then. You have to be careful because everything has to be done, has to be shorter, and everything as an individual shot can look very unnatural. You're not thinking with the whole shot. You're just thinking with a fragment of a shot. If you have a shot when a guy wakes up, uncovers himself and sits up, we're not trying to get this the whole action. We're only working on something that we really need, the moment when he sits up on the bed. So this first moment of uncovering himself and is added for editing. These are just the sort of elements that we might need maybe, but we're thinking only about this short fragment, and this is the only thing we point our attention to and we focus attention to. As if you've been working in a commercial, you probably know that the customers and the agency is usually on the set, or somebody else who's responsible for the commercial. So I make much longer, let's say 10 seconds shot, because even if I know that it's just half a second, I'm not showing this whole shot to the agency because they start to talk about fragments which totally make no meaning. So what I showed the agency, I only showing this 1.5 seconds or 2 seconds which are the shot especially for the commercial. It's a big difference because thinking just in fragments is something very alien to director who thinks in whole shots and pays attention to that. Providing dialogues in a slightly unnatural way, condensing the activities is and one more thing which is very difficult to explain to a feature director who wants it to be realistic and true and really cares for things to be pretty delicate in acting. In commercials there are no limits to reactions and everything. Everything is so overbuilt or so taken to the top that they really make you cringe, especially if you're a feature director, because it's 5,000 times too strong for them. So he might lead the actor that when he sees the commercial, then he will not see any emotions there. Because remember that if it is so that in a feature, I don't know, the shot might be 5 seconds, and during those 5 seconds somebody starts to laugh. There are some nuances of this laughter. Whenever we have just a second for a laughter in a commercial, it has to be very sort of very well defined, because if due to lack of definition we will not be able to see them properly. We have very little time to shift emotions. If we entering the commercial from the feature film, it might cause that the first commercial to be a failure, because the storytelling will not be clear, because directors who move from long forms to short forms have a big problem in getting the story of a script that they have in 30 seconds. Quite often it is so that they tell a story and suddenly after the first editing they have 50 seconds. And after shortening the 50 seconds, they see that the story is totally unreadable or is barely readable. We have 10 minutes to go. Do you have any other questions to me?
No dobrze, no to słuchajcie, no to są rzeczy, o których chciałem opowiedzieć.
All right, these are the things I wanted to tell you about.
Na pewno jest tak, że
it is so that in the making in the production of both forms, there's a big difference which translates pretty badly to TV series, that we're looking for very unique or strange shots of the camera, which is sometimes too definite, wide shots and wide lenses, or from inside of the of a laundry machine or washing machine, or untypical color corrections. We are looking for some things which are extreme. Right now it's much better, because 10 years ago the use of those commercial settings for a feature, everybody says, what's that? You don't know what it's all about. Especially in the TV series, they said it's some extravagance that nobody will understand anything. Thanks to the fact that plenty of things went from the from commercials to TV series, the technology related to miniaturization of cameras, which allows us to set cameras almost everywhere, allowed us to get a lot of things to the TV shows. Things which are used in TV shows now, and this language became much more modern, and the things that made it from the series to the TV shows worked pretty well. For example, I believe you've heard about the series I, Robot, where the shots were used as if in commercials, and it worked pretty well. These cameras are set in strange places, and it sort of trickles into the world of TV shows. I believe that this sort of got merged somehow, and for the DOPs, the commercial style of working would work better in more bold TV shows and will be accepted. But if you're doing like everyday type of TV shots, TV series, the use of such shots or going from this standard TV dramas into the commercials might really get you into trouble. So that's what I wanted to tell you, and I would like to give you my warmest regards. I hope that next year we'll have a chance to meet again in normal conditions, and we could look at each other's eyes, because talking into the camera does not have this psychological aspect. It's always good to look at someone who asks you a question, to smile at them. Once again, all the best to you. That was great, and I hope that you will be at the screening of all the films that will be shown at 8 p.m. today. Thank you and goodbye. My friends, that was Marcin Ziembicki, a very interesting talk. I sort of missed questions from your side, but I am so happy that you are here with us. And we are at 3:30. We will have something very interesting for you. Adam Strzelecki, who's sitting next to me. I can't show him right now because the camera that we usually use uses our general view. The master shot shows the outside of the building. You can see Cinebus and a few things which are used for decoration from our sponsor PZU. We will be making this presentation here, not outside, and finally you will get to know what the virtual scenography is about and what it all is about. Our speakers will be Adam Strzelecki and Andrzej Waluk. Thank you and see you at 3:30. Stay with us. Hello, hi. My name is Adam Strzelecki, and I'm Andrzej Waluk. We would like to show you today the project we have been working on for a few months. It's a project related to virtual movable film studio, which finally eventually is to replace the green screen technology. We have a short film that shows you what should be the effect of that. Maybe we should show it to you. I just wanted to add that this film was performed here with the help of this virtual studio that we have behind us. These are just a few shots. So we made it in about 15 minutes, so you can see the potential of our technology. It's on, of course, only at these are only just test shots, of course. The technology is aimed to eliminate the necessity to shoot against green screen, which causes a number of problems. Somebody who works with keying, you know what I'm talking about. It allows for almost immediate recording of material, and easiness of working with actors who, instead of seeing only the green background, they see almost the real set, and they sort of start to interact with it. Another very important thing is that the camera operator has control over everything, because he sets everything as it should be. He's not waiting for the effect of some post-production studio, and sometimes even takes part in those works. And now on the set, everything is acceptable. The idea of this project was to do it in the cheapest way possible. That's why we used back projection, to which we tested number of projectors instead of LED screens, which are pretty expensive at the moment. We will show you how our testing took place. So to start with, I'll show how we built this studio. The assumption of the project was that it's mobile, that we have two tents, 4x4. We put a screen inside. One part is used for projecting. You have projector in the back, and this part is closed for the actors and the operators and the DOPs. We have only projector which shines at which sort of reflects to the screen, and the other one is for the actors and for the DOP. Our studio is not exactly as we would normally put it. Here we are in a very specific conditions because we are in a room, and normally it would look like this. We're in the development phase right now. You can move the studio into any place, and within 1 hour or 2 hours set up the tents and prepare the whole projection. The studio consists of 2 movable darkened tents. Here we are editing it. Here we are putting it up. The whole of the studio is being moved around in this trailer. Some people work, some people relax, and some people take pictures. Inside the tents, in the middle of those tents, you have back projection screen, which you can see behind us. These are not special screens. These are aluminium profiles, which have this advantage that they're very light, and you can build many things out of them. We build out of them our frame for the screen. We were afraid that when if we'll put attention on this screen, they will start to work. But they are resilient enough that they sort of manage. We do not need to do any tensioneers or any support. It's very well tensioned, and there are no. Well, it's a flat surface. We're talking right now. We'd like to invite you to us. We're online all the time. It's going live. So, on this picture, can we show the picture? Before we ordered the screen itself, we had to measure very well how much space we have, not to buy too big of a screen. So we measured it perfectly. We put the screen inside, and only then, so we put the frame of the screen, and only then we ordered the screen itself. I think this might not be so super interesting for you, but we'll just show it to you how we did it. We're waiting for the actors. These are the first attempts, the first phase of tests. The trailer is added to the tents because it occurred that we do not have sufficient wide lens camera for the projector, and we had to sort of move it back from the screen. We've managed to do it with the help of this trailer, which is also darkened. Of course, there was no full coverage of the screen. It was covered in 80%, but we did our first tests. We knew that during this film spring we'll have at our disposal projectors with wider lenses, and there will be no problem. As a result, our projector here, which is here, it's about 3 meters away. Not even that. It's about 3 meters behind the screen that you see us on, and it displays on the whole screen. It's to the whole width of the base, which is 4 meters. We have tested 3 projectors, one by Canon, WX. Now we have a laser projector, Epson L1505U, and we have 2 projectors, EB1985UV, which make the filler light. We'll be talking about that in a second. Could you just go through all that? That was the coverage of our screen in the first phase. It was still not full. Initially we tested... Okay, initially we concentrated on the combination of the virtual world with the actor. So with the methods of lighting, how to make the lighting coherent so that the registered image looks very real. So the first tests were devoted to that. You can see the simulator here, where Paweł was working on he was turning the steering wheel, and the road changed under this according to his movements. The second stage, can we talk about that? Yes, the second phase was we were testing different systems in order to introduce the movement to our virtual background. We've tested virtual systems, so Oculus, HTC, but we had also had an idea of building, regardless of all the systems, our own sensor that would react to the change of position of the camera. And because I do have experience with building copters and gimbals of different forms, I haven't been doing that for 5 years, but I used to build a lot of that. I came with an idea that we can use a very interesting set, MPU 6050 can be used for that. In a moment, before we connected that alone, this is MPU 6050. It's a gyro and it's a accelerometer. It measures the sort of tilt and altitude. We used only one axis of acceleration. Which is gravity in our case, which is directed towards the center of the Earth. And thanks to that, we knew how to put this sensor against our floor, and we connected that with 3 other axes of the gyro. And thanks to that, we have an information about its movement in 3 dimensions. We connected all that in Arduino, and during the testing phase, it occurred that it's not as easy as we thought. I wanted to talk about one more food, because, sorry, I wanted to talk about one more thing. We tried different distributions, Mega. There is also a small distribution to the Nano project, but the first tests were made on Leonardo, and this distribution didn't want to cooperate at all with our sensor. And I spent like a week working on it, and when we decided that we have to change this it to distribution, and now I will show you the first film how it worked. This is how the first working test looked like. It was still not in our system. It was when we connected to Arduino. You can see how the position of our sensor changed. That was the first step. Then you had to sort of add image to those numbers that change, and we did that in Unity. We had a prepared set for that, the virtual set for that, on which we base here during our workshops. Let me show you what it looks like. Daniel prepared scenography, which allows you to, which you can move around very freely on the Unity engine. This was daylight. Here's the night lighting. And this is what this is the layout of our interiors. So within those interiors, we're able to create whatever we want, whatever comes to our mind. Okay, let me turn that off. So now I will show you the first test. First, I will show you what we recorded at the end, the film that you saw in the beginning of our lecture. We shot that yesterday. We didn't have too much time, but we decided that for our lecture that we would need something like that. You can see also already here that the camera is pretty cohesive with what we have in the background. But now I'll show you our first test that we did only during the initial stages of our virtual studio in this building. Yeah, it's a handheld camera, yes, and we have like our depth of is too little to do it properly, and the sensor is put on the camera. All right, so yeah, it's done. Good. So let me show you one more. No, sorry, we'll come back to that. Now we'll show you our final clip, which we did. This is how we were filming in our virtual studio of a car scene. So a dangerous scene because the driver is driving through a burning forest. In a normal production, nobody would do such a scene, but in our virtual studio, we could do something like that. And this is one of the upsides of this system, that you can shoot the dangerous scenes. This is how we did it, and now I'll show you. So that's the whole story. This is the whole story how during our first test. Of course, we had a problem that it all got disconnected. So it worked for a few seconds, then it didn't work. So we did have quite a lot of problems with integration. And was struggling with this for a few days. Yeah, but that was the end of this work. Piotr helped us a lot. Piotr is an IT specialist who helped us to write scripts which support the operation of our system. These are long fragments, as you can see. As you can see, it doesn't react perfectly. Yes, it's sort of, we do have some glitches. Stops. That was just the beginning, but then we'll show you how it works now.
Tutaj pokazujemy nasz system, czyli do oświetlenia wykorzystujemy też dwa projektory.
We're also using two projectors from the side. One of them, to the projectors we added a source. I mean, this scene is connected from a different perspective. We're lighting from the side. And now we have to add the direction to the light from the. Yeah, we need another projector which shows that which shines from the back. We select the fragment with the window. I'll show you in a second how we can get closer to that window. And that's an interesting thing, because when we are projecting, casting this from on the screen, it shines with a white light, but with a tint of a light that you have real. So it's very coherent with reality that you film. Oh, we had a commentary here. These are our own tests with a working sensor. We would put a sensor on our camera. In this case, because the sensor we put it on the microphone of the camera and calibrate it to the left and right and up and down. The process of calibration, you can see it here. It was not the most important to get the actor, or me in this case, to put it coherent with the scene. It was more to show what the movement was like, so it's not perfectly lit. Here we also made a test where I took the sensor, I took it into my hand, and I pretend flying, for example, or the flying movements. Yes, you could put it on one hand. You could put it on a camera, or you could give it to, or you could put it to to an actor. Yes, but this scene can be repeated. We're working on different possibilities of operating this sensor. When you put it on the steering wheel, you can change the direction of movement of a car. This is also a very interesting option. You're saying something here? During the first phase, we had horrible problems because our connection of a sensor with the computer was really going bad. But starting from some point, from some moment, it started to work, and it's been working very well until now, and there are no problems now. You can work on this throughout, all the time, and there were no problems with disconnections anymore. You can move in any direction, left, right, tilt, and turn. Here we are with Piotr, who helped us a lot in improving our system. And this is how we prepare for filming the first scene that we did, and we showed you already. So you can set in front of our virtual set, you can put real elements which are also are a decoration, are included in the set design of the whole scene. As we said, we do not have enough space here, so that our actor had to pretend he's walking, and you can see that very well. But if we had more space, he could be shown in a very natural way. These are some acting antics by Piotr, and these are our first tests with the car without an actor. So in order to get the movement we had a monitor in the to show in the rear window, on which the rear mirror was directed. There was a screen. I think it's Sławomir is laughing at us. Yes, such scenes of car chases or cars in dangerous situations and spaces. In general, scenes which are difficult to shoot because they are dangerous and expensive, or expensive and dangerous. So with using back projection, our technology, we can we can make such scenes. Of course, if we have access to certain libraries, because making such a background is not a cheap thing. So we used here some computer video game that we connected to our system, and that worked. This is the actor sees in real life what's unfolding and reacts to the situation. That's why this looks so realistic. Oh, this is the scene of a very dangerous scene with a fire. Oh no, it's Piotr laughing at himself, I think. No, we had some additional special effects added. I think we sort of set something on fire. Yeah, you could see that on the clip that I played, the making of this shot. So once again, I might show you, for example, what filming of this last scene looked like. Yeah, to make it coherent, we decided to use additional smoke. If it was made on green screen, you would have a lot of trouble with this smoke. With this technology, you can use all sorts of add-ons and special effects. So you can see here what our system consists in. Here on the left-hand side, at the bottom of this, you can see the screen. On the screen, you had exactly the same shot that you can see on the screen. So on the big screen, so you had this. This looks very real when you look at the rear mirror. We were also using lamps, of course, the filters, etc. But we also used projectors through which we also we were projecting as similar fragments of that film. So the colors of all this was very realistic. So there's one more camera on the side which is framed in such a way. I think that was the image from the mirror. Thanks to that system, where additional cameras are getting the image, are filming what's happening on the big screen, you can use it for side lighting or for close-ups to rear mirrors or some other equipment. So I don't know if you can add anything to that. Okay, so we can summarize that this is a very promising technology. As if can you present it too? Yes. When we applied for money for this, we assumed that we will have the whole system for camera motion tracking. A system knows exactly where the camera is, so this information is transferred to our Unity. However, that part is very expensive, so we did not get money for that. We just got the money for constructing our ideas for following the movement of the camera, which is on the tripod. So now I can show you. We'll show you how it works in other sets, not only in that sort of scenography. Oh, we have the forest. We've got the sensor. So now it moves backwards. You can see that you have to turn it around. Yes, and now we put it down, we put it up, and it follows the camera. And maybe I'll show you this shot, like from the Matrix movie. Imagine the shot when the camera is. How to say that? So, like a selfie? No. It's like the shot is like this. You have this feeling that the camera is circling. The camera is circling the actor. So yes. So hide behind the camera. In reality, the camera is standing in place, but thanks to the fact that I have the sensor with me, I'm transferring the movement to the virtual space behind me. Oh, you can make a shot like this, for example. The computer which is attached to the system is down there, but I can also show you what you can do here. I think I should be running here. This is very game-like set, of course, but if we created a city, a street, some dangerous chases, then you can really shoot the scene of a car chase in very safe conditions, and you can control every camera, every move, and for such situation, this system was devised. Yeah, it's like also it allows for acting adapted to the surroundings. It's not the problem that the problem that we have with green screen, that the actor doesn't know his surroundings, and there's no phase shift keying, which is the most difficult and expensive process of post-production. The backlight projection screen makes this sort of chases away or liquidates the problem of phase shift keying problems, some sort of problems with different colors. It doesn't require any sort of additional processing. I think that's all on our part. If there are any questions, you can ask them. We'll be glad to answer them. We have to stress that we are in the testing phases of that, in the development phase. We spend, these are 3 last months that we spent over this. We can always only say that this really has a future. And the next phase could be the use, instead of a back projection, are the LED screens. I mean, now we can connect anything to this system. Yes, but the back projection is above all cheap, and it's transferable. We also have a generator on the on our trailer, so we can use it absolutely everywhere. Okay, so could you just say goodbye to our viewers? Thank you, and see you later.
Halo, dzień dobry. Słyszę, że nas słychać.
Hello, my friends. I can hear that you can hear me and you can hear Janek on the English chat. My dears, we have the last lecture of today by Kuba Razowski, who will tell us how to be a producer when everyone wants to be one. And do you really need it? Jakub Razowski is with us in the virtual studio, so let me let me connect you with him, and I leave you to Kuba and his lecture. Hi. I got an information that we're starting, so let's do so. My name is Kuba Razowski, and today I will tell you how to become a film producer in the times when everybody would like to be a film producer. This is my thesis, and I also would discuss why somebody would want to be one. So our today's lecture, or today meeting with you, because I can't meet the majority of you, it's more of a lecture. I will try to sort of hold it in a not so interactive way. Some people are with me. These are the members of the group that I moderated for the last few days together with Sławomir Idziak. It was the green production model. how to make film productions in the most possible ecological way. So some of you are here with me. Those of you who can speak and have any questions or commentaries, please raise your hand and speak up. And all the others are encouraged to ask questions by writing them on the chat, and I will try to answer them to the best of my possibility and ability. My name is Kuba Razowski, and I'm a film producer since very not for a very long time. I'm after my feature debut, which is still in editing, so I wouldn't even say that I'm fully a producer. However, the experience of how to become one is a fresh thing for me. So Sławomir asked me to talk to you because this is I know this reality, and because I was recently waiting for these doors to open for me. I studied film production organization in the Łódź Film School, and I've been working in this business with several producers, with executive producers, as a production coordinator, and then the head of production. And then I got to Watch Out Studio, a production company which employed me as the head of production, in-house head of production. My other leg was I was working with Kuba Piątek, a young director, with whom in our free time we were working on Kuba's documentary, one-man show. Then we made short form, and it was always something that we did not for money, but to get prepared for the longer for a feature film. And finally he wrote a script for a feature film called Prime Time, and having this first script, I went to the owners of the company I work for and I said, listen, we've got the script, maybe you'll get interested. And they got interested, and they allowed us to do this film within the frames of Watch Out Studio. And that was my story. So the answer to the first question, how to become a producer, you have to have a lot of luck. This is the answer. But we will delve on that, and we will develop that thought further, and maybe you will find better advice from me than have much luck. So maybe let's start with who really film producer is, because people have different expectations or visions of a film producer. So I decided to sort of support myself with the Cinematography Act of Parliament, which says that producer undertakes initiative and responsible for creative, organizational and financial success of film production. This is quite a capacious definition, but it shows that the producer is not only responsible for the film, he has to organize it, is responsible for the creative aspect of the film, but also has to be responsible for the financial part. Does it tell you much? It tells us something, but if you watch the end titles of the film, especially from abroad, you can see you see throngs of different producers, apart from the producer per se, because even in Polish end titles we can find line producers, leading producer, supervising producer, creative producer, general producer. They're also like executive producer, line producer. Yes, they can be in Polish and in English. Segment producer, associate producer, and so on. What does that mean? It's not quite clear to everybody. Sometimes you get a producer only because you worked with them, sometimes because you're related to somebody who's a producer, sometimes it's a proof that you put your money in the film, and sometimes it's because you organize the money for the film. In my today's lecture, I will focus on a producer who functions in European realities, or even more in Polish reality. The producer is not the person who has a lot of money and makes a film for it, but it's a producer who organizes that money to make a film, but also participates very intensively in the creative process of making of a film. And this is something I wanted to talk to you about today. I did this job, and I hope that it will be continuing. I'll continue in this job because it's the most interesting job for me. There's a person who's called producer. What does they do? What does he do? Outside of the film industry, people do not know what producer is. Even for the among filmmakers, we producers have a very, very bad opinion. Usually people look at us as on the people who want to steal your money, cheat you, and save on top of it. So like smart guys. Of course, sometimes this is a true opinion, but in majority of cases it's hurting, you know. It's hurting. I don't think it's rightful, because I think I see this job more in organizing the conditions for the director and his crew so that they can lead their idea to completion. So for this to be successful, we need to cooperate very closely. The concrete tasks that the producer has at in concrete phases of the film are well defined. I'm also talking here about Polish conditions. At the level of development, we start from the moment when we have to find the project like that. So the director comes to us with a script, and when you are me, you do not have many proposals like that. But when you're a producer with lots of experience, for example, Ewa Puszczyńska, I think she gets tons of scripts from scriptwriters, and her role is to select the script that will be the next success, or at least that will be a script that she wants to realize. The people have different motivations. The financial success is not always a motivation. So the first thing is choice. Sometimes you have producers who initiate the choice of the material. So, for example, they read a fantastic book, and now, basing on this, they would want to make a film. They have to find the scriptwriter, the director, and create that. So here we have this model of a director's cinema and producer's cinema, initiating one. So regardless of this, it's the role of producer to find this and to get the rights for the material. Then once we know what we want to do, this script is already prepared or is in preparation, we need to think how we will finance that film. And that is a topic, like a huge topic. We can talk for hours on end, but the first job is to define the scope of the film or the panache of the film, because they can imagine with the director what this film will be. Every film can be expensive or cheap. You can shoot in one room and it can be very, very cheap. But if it's Roman Polanski's film, that would also be a huge production. A film that takes place during the Second World War, for example, I don't know, in a concentration camp, that might be a gigantic production. But as, for example, just like this, the Son of Saul could also be a cheap production. So we have to sort of define what will be our target group, what will be the price, what will be the potential income from that film. Or maybe it's an art house film and we're not talking about money, and all we need to look for are financing partners that do not expect the return on investment because they are patrons of arts, etc., etc. So we have to define the scope of the film and the budget following that, and finding the sources of financing. In Europe, it's a bit easier than in the United States. In the United States, you just need to find money. In Europe, it boils down to skillful acquisition of funds from different public institutions, international co-productions, and applications, writing applications, submitting applications, attachments, etc., etc., is a big part of our job. Moreover, we need to employ the authors, the creators. Sometimes the director comes with his with his crew. They have their own DOP or other people. But if we're working with a beginning director especially, he might have maybe 1-2 people they cooperate with, and they expect the producer to help him with finding the rest of the crew for the project. And then this is where your knowledge of the market kicks in. This is where you should know why this person would be good for this kind of project and the other another person would be good for a different kind of project, which is also, this is your role in the process of development. So the producer has this beautiful task that he, in Polish it is called to put the film to production by saying, yes, let's do it. In the United States they called give the film the green light. Of course, it's not only the decision of the producer. This is what the producer says and directs the film to production. And this is when the ball starts rolling. Plenty of different works start here. As the producer feels to be a creative producer, takes part in reading the script, talking to the script writers, reviews the script. He should have certain view on whether things he reads are coherent with the vision they agreed upon. And they also have a different perspective from the director and a scriptwriter. So depending on how this responsibility is divided, the scriptwriter can opine, he can help, he can advise, or he might just be detached from everything, depending on the model accepted by the parties. Quite often the producer tries to remind the director. Remember, for example, this was supposed to be a film for a young audience, or maybe that was supposed to go to international audiences, and this is a bit too local. We should amend something. These are the remarks that can remind the director where the things should be going, not breaching his competence. The producer can also suggest to or offer to the director the inclusion of script doctors, the specialists on script writing therapy of sorts. And he also should know which script doctors are good in what, how, when they are effective, and whom to choose. He should also suggest various consultants so that the film could sort of move in certain realities. Apart from working on a text during the development and during production, there is the creation of the basic assumption of the film. I said that we agree to a certain budget, we agree to certain financing, we wonder whether it should be bigger or smaller, or whether we're inviting co-producers. Bigger money can sometimes relate to smaller artistic freedom, so sometimes it might be good to do a cheaper film for the sake of this liberty or freedom, or maybe we need bigger money, so we would need some co-producers, and you need to have a lot of experience of a producer who knows how to build co-production, because there are plenty of applications you can apply to different places in the world. The producer is also responsible for getting funds, but also allow the director to develop the film, and this boils down to the presentation or to preparing of presentations of the film and pitchings of the film. Pitching is an attempt to sell your idea. There are formal things, like for example during development workshops we learn or we participate to learn how to pitch, and many decision makers and co-producers, representatives of sales agents, they come and they are looking for young new talents. And then the producer has to be able to sell the film and to lead to the moment when somebody else would be interested in the film. Sometimes at such an early stage, people do not know how this film will develop, and we need to describe which way the script will go. This is also our task. Yeah, so we've managed to get some money. We have a Polish Film Institute, we've got the regional fund, we've got the sponsor, we've got the co-producer, we've got maybe our own funds, which is always good, but our money is our input in kind in the creation of the film. We sign all the contracts and we answer individually as our company or the company we represent before our partners. This is when we start, when the things start to get serious. Because the film is not the director's dream anymore, but now it becomes a responsibility of certain. This is also an investment of some investors who really want to have the best film, but above all, they want this film to be delivered so that it works. We are financially responsible before these partners. We've managed to persuade them to participate, Polish Film Institute or a regional fund, to provide us with public money. So we have the responsibility, a big responsibility, so that this film will be created. Another thing is that it should be as good as possible. So somewhere, I mean, if we want this film to be the best, the role of the producer, especially a young one, is not to force the director and other authors to make the best film possible, but to create conditions for them to make this film as good as possible. When we consult the script or the director's decisions, we should.
Okay, there's a question.
Let me just complete my thought, and then I will look at the questions and I will try to answer it. I don't think we should tell the director how something should look like, because who are we to tell the director how to do their job? And we have to create the conditions to ask the relevant questions, or to provide a certain therapy with the director, so that the director is sure that what they do, they can do it properly. So now we're getting closer to the getting on the set, and according to my experience, the biggest difficulty was there were only two of us for 2 years. We did everything together, and suddenly actors appear, cinematographers appear, people appear each of whom have their own job to do. And my job was to prepare the starting grounds for the director, and now you have to agree with the fact that you have to move back at this point, and this is quite difficult. Because on one hand, you have to allow others to work, and on the other hand, you're still responsible. So I think this is the most difficult part to get into this process, into the filming process. During the shooting, the producer is on the set. He talks to the director, to other artists. He tries to keep his eye on the organization on the set, so that the time and money are used to the best, to the greatest advantage. But he's not the guardian of the set and the time. It's the executive producer who's responsible for that. Executive producer is quite often character which is. Oh, sorry, I was supposed to look at the question. Should budget and the promotion marketing be put in a post-production budget? I want to apply for the Creative Europe funding, and I don't know if I should apply for marketing. By rule of thumb, the marketing budget is not a production budget. The costs related to promotion, such as making of, or maybe photos, or stills, or as well as the poster, are the cost of production of the film. However, the costs of marketing and promotion, which are called P&A, or promotion and advertising, are the costs that are on the part of the distributor. Answering your question. And now, coming back to what is the difference between the producer and the executive producer. This is the difference that even for the people who are very well experienced on different sets, they do not see that. The executive producer is the project manager. It's a person who's employed to sort of get the script, the budget, and the timetable, a certain time frame. And having those three tools, he could create a human team, a crew, the agenda of the timetable of shooting, and would be able to bring the shooting to the end. So he's the project manager. Every sector has their project managers. So in a film, this is executive producer, and this is sometimes a usually quite a close collaborator of the producer. When I go back from a production, for example, I really like to work also on the budget. I really like to work on the shooting calendar. I even like to talk about the work who like to work on the workload, etc. There are producers who don't like that. I love this, but both approaches are okay. There is a man for that. It's a head of production. The producer starts first, together with the director, and finishes last. Always, the producer does a different thing, and we are still the executive producer does a different thing. He's on a different set, and we, after those 5 years, we try to sell the film. But we'll get to that shortly. So the producer is also responsible for the artistic shape of the film. The executive producer is responsible only for the organization of the set and the finances. So this is the main difference. And the producer is on the set during the shooting. The director can sit next to him and listen, for example. All right. Let me go back to the question.
Post-production budget I'm going to apply for. I do ask for production budget. Yeah. So I'll answer in English. So yes, I did understand the first time. So the question is, maybe the question got misunderstood. I do not ask for production budget as I finished filming already. I am asking post-production budget. Should I put P&A budget when I apply for post-production grant? No, because post-production budget is a part of production budget of a film. So being in Europe or in Poland, which I know most, the whole movie, the budget of the film is the budget of pre-production, often development as well, production, and post-production. So those parts are this is the budget of a film, and you can apply for grants for those costs. And when it comes to P&A, those are usually costs that are covered by distributor. So you cannot include them in the cost of in the budget of film production. The post-production is just a part of whole film production. Maybe there are some grants when it comes to P&A. I'm not aware. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have much experience in distribution, but definitely if you apply for a grant for production, which means also post-production, which is part of it, you cannot include costs of P&A. Maybe some, like, as I said, making of, stills, poster, maybe, but it differs from film found to film found. I hope this helps your question. If you have any more detailed question about this, I'll be happy to share my contact and maybe we can talk a little bit later about this. Okay. So, więc wracając do... Dobra, zdjęcia.
Okay, a filming set, we're shooting, we're watching them, we talk to the director, we can comment when we don't like something, but this is an individual thing. How would we build our relations with the director? And so the filming is done, the post-production starts. We are in post-production with the director. We've selected the editor together with the director as well as the composer. The whole team that takes part in the post-production is also our responsibility. The VFX effects. I say hello to Jacek Skrobisz, who was a panelist in Film Spring Oven, who will be working on the post-production of our film. I'm really happy about that. So the director edits the film with the editor, and from every now and then and again the consecutive cuts are shown to the producer and co-producers at different stages. It has a certain stages and milestones. We have the first cut first, then consecutive cuts. We get to the moment when we have the final cut. These are quite often the producer's decision when he says, okay, that's enough, this is exactly what we wanted. So depending on your relation with the director could be the one who decides about the final cut or not, or the co-producer. In the Polish reality, it is usually the director, unless it is a commissioned work, but not always. We're there with the director, we talk with them, we are again the therapeutical and advising body to them, and also as an intermediary or mediation body, because we sometimes have to show it to Polish film institutes or co-producers or distributors, and this is a very difficult job because every institute has a certain expectations towards the film. The distributor, for example, really wants the film to earn as much money as possible. The international sales agents would want the film to have possibly the best festival circuit. So these things not always go hand in hand. A good festival circuit is not always the sort of mid-market film which would earn the most money. So, because all these people do not talk to the director, but they talk to the producer, it's the producer's task to hold this dialogue and to transfer it to the director, or not even force the director to take part in that, but just to know what the director wants and to keep track, to sort of be sure, to make sure that the film is what the director wants, because I understand at the post-production process we should have a common understanding and vision with the director to defend the integrity of the project you've been working for many months on or years. This is also a very important job of the producer, not to lose enthusiasm and to upkeep this enthusiasm in the director, and to make sure that the project is carried to completion. And the appearance of the distributor is also the job of producer, because the producer may apply for the distributor. Maybe if it's an art house or niche film or budding directors, it's us who are knocking at the door. But in case of big names, then the producer has to make sure to make the best decision possible for the film and negotiate with the distributor the best possible film distribution, of course. Because regardless of whether we are making an art house film or a commercial film, the contact with our audience is very important, and we really want the film to have a chance to be viewed by as many people as possible. Even if it's art house cinema, we want the people to watch it. And this is when you have to talk to the distributor. These are the talks with the distributor, then the negotiations. Then the distributor quite often deals with further resales, so he negotiates further license purchases like VOD platforms or paid TV, or maybe would get on DVD if we have a fantasy to be a bit more old-fashioned, etc., etc. And quite often this is the role of distributor. So the producer, while negotiating with distributor, prepares the strategy of promotion of the film. And here's a question. This is a question related to cost of promotion and marketing. These are the costs which are in the budget of the distributor. However, it is often so that the producers participate in those activities. They know the actors, they worked with them, of course. They know the authors, the artists, and they know the most, and they help the distributor in the sales of that film. And the distributor, having its own experience with the sale of films, can also tell how to use the best channels to get to the biggest group of or the right group of recipients or of the viewers. This is one thing. Another thing is, what I of course wish to you all, is the festival circuit. So our role as the producer is to organize an international premiere of the film. This is of real importance. With the festivals, it is so that festivals only want films which are premiered, which means that, for example, if we have a film that has a premiere in Berlin in the main competition, that means that regardless of how good our film is, it will not get big. It will not get to a Venice, for example, main competition. The film can only take part once in the main competition, and our role is to prepare a festival path and the festival strategy for our film. Of course, in large part, it's just wishful thinking, because getting in any category to any festival is a huge success. Because here it's not only about the quality of the film, this is where the politics start. And there's also a politics that can be can be done by the producer. Apart from the distributor, because the distributor is usually local. In Poland we have a distributor who works with films for the Polish market. There's an institution of sales agents, international sales agents. These are the people who go from one festival to another, from one market to another, looking for a film they believe they will be able to promote abroad, and buy those films, and then they are selling them to the whole world. They also take care quite often about submitting the films to festivals. And if we have a sales agent from the A rating, and we thankfully also have such sales agents in Poland, and we're lucky in that, it's going to be easier for you. Why? Because if a sales agent of a well-known company who last year had a film in festivals, and he submits our film and sort of markets this film with their name, he made like a really already decent job to promote your film. So that's it. Before we go to the festival and to the distribution, we have to complete the film, because the final cut is just one thing. We need sound engineering, composing of the music, color correction, etc., etc. A whole lot of work. Before there were like people coming over to add a bit artistically to the film, but they were very defined. They all worked in a very defined scope, to a script writer, a set design, etc., etc. Later, when everybody takes part in the filming set, after the filming set, we come back to the model of two people, me and the director. And the people are joining in for concrete tasks, just as in pre-production. Then I again feel cared about. I have a lot of talks with the director. I do not miss him that much anymore. And we can rebuild our relationship. Again, we have this joy of working together. This is very, very nice. So our friendship was reborn right now. So I've selected for you a list of skills. I mean, this is more or less what the job of a producer is about. Now, this is often so that the simplification that the producer is for post-production is sort of hampering the production. It's a great simplification. People from production, for many years I've been a man of production, and I love this job. But it's a job which, like every person on the set, is you just do your task. Everybody has a task which has a beginning and the end in a set time. Whereas the producer follows the whole path together with the director. So there are certain skills, or maybe rather traits of character, which are helpful in being a producer. Above all, it's good to be good in communication and interpersonal skills, because we need to be able to communicate with other people, and the more we have empathy towards another person and the willingness to understand another person, the easier it is. Of course, there's another method, being a totalitarian boss who orders people to do things, and this might also work, but I'll get to that. So far, I'm trying to be empathetic. We need to be able to present our projects. We need to be able to sell them. We need to be able to prepare tons of documentation. We need to be able to describe a film in one sentence. We need to be able to sell our film at any detrimental conditions. 30 seconds of a discussion with someone over in a cocktail party. We need to be able sometimes to manage time and multitask, because very rarely the producers have the comfort of working with one film for 2 years. No, usually you finish some film, one is on the set, 4 are in pre-production, only one of them will happen, so you need to sort of also address that. And the ability of multitasking and time management is a very good trait for the producer. It's good to understand Excel, because budgets, cost breakdowns, this is a big part of the work. And so that's it, I think. It's good also to like films, because if you want to work, if you are to work on something for years, it's good to be able to tell something about the film, about the TV shows, just to be a fan of that. I'm in the last part of my presentation. It goes pretty fast for me today, but I thought to myself, why should I sort of say so many things to you and play an expert when I almost did one film? So it's in post-production, nobody saw it. So I'm technically not even a producer. So I decided to call my producer friends who are producers of different ways of life and different specialities, and they are all successful producers. I worked with all of them, and the work was very varied and very interesting. And I asked them a few questions, the basic questions. The first question was, what do you like in this job? What do you don't like in this job? And what are your good advice? What is your good advice if you wanted to become a producer? I will start from Ania Vereda. She's a producer who's like an unbeatable titan. Last year in Gdynia they had her first full feature film Żelazny Most, the Iron Bridge. And before that, for many years, she did everything to get to that moment, to become a producer. She was working on TV shows, on VOD shows with the documentaries. She did also, she made a very good documentary. She was working and working and working. She set up her own company, and this company managed to produce the film the Iron Bridge. And this was like a huge effort of Ania, because she was not only a producer, but she was also an executive producer. She was working over the timeline, the coordination. I was very concerned about her, but she did it because she's unbeatable. What Ania likes, she likes the fact that she has a real impact on the film, that it's not the organizational job, but it's also a creative job. She loves working in the Trinity, the producer, director, scriptwriter. She really loves that. She's very happy when the directors and the DOPs see a place for her in the Trinity. Sorry, the Trinity is DOP, director, producer. And because this is not an obvious thing, she likes to create her own worlds, and what she really likes is that it allows her it brings her money. So she does a job she loves. What she doesn't like in the life of a producer, she doesn't like to fire people. Unfortunately, this is also a part of the job, and she hates to have problems with the financial liquidity. As we are signing different agreements with different financial institutions, institutions financing our film, there are also problems with liquidity. From time to time, we do not get the right money in the right time. And Anya hates that situation because she believes that if somebody is working, they have to earn money. And the moment when the money is not sufficient, you need to choose whom to pay and whom not, she hates those moments. What does she recommend? Anya recommends to the young people who would want to become producers to do everything around the film, to try their hand at any possible job in order to get the most experience possible, and the most understanding of the whole process. For the teams, and build empathy in this way. When we are in a situation when somebody says that he misses something or that they can't do it, or they have some real problem, and we understand this problem because we've been there, or at least we understand because we've participated in a similar situation, that's it. Wherever you are in the film, in the TV shows, on TV broadcaster, gather as much experience as you can. Marta Kamińska, the other the producer with whom Magda Kamińska is a producer with the biggest experience under her belt. She set up with her own company Balapolis with a friend, and the girls constant focus on art house films. They are sort of the festival oriented. Two most known films. 2 years ago you could see The Werewolf by Adam Panek, and earlier they do Babe Bomb. Both films were in Berlin, they were in Venice, and the girls, in a great consequence, they realized their strategy of producing art house film. What Magda was, I know that she was also a lecturer in Film Spring Open 2 years ago. She loves being independent. She loves being her own boss and having her own company and deciding about what she wants to do, and she doesn't need to answer to anybody. That's the first thing. The second thing she likes is, well, because our job is rich in doubts and it's in uncertainties. When you're tired, when you're weary, when you've been working for years for your film, and they did fight for the struggle for the films for years, when you have a possibility to confront your film with the viewer, this is the moment which she likes the most, because then she feels that she managed to bring it to the completion, and that it will stay with them forever. This is what Magda likes. And she also likes the possibility of working with culture, and that she's really happy. She has the fantasy. I mean, she really likes that that this can sort of help somebody, that can bring some sort of thoughts to somebody, might help somebody in their lives. Magda doesn't like the lack of understanding in the team. What is her role in the process? That the co-producer who initiated a given project is treated sometimes as an enemy on the set. She hates that. She hates the image of the sneaky producer, which is prevalent in Poland. And Ania gives you a huge hint that she recommends going to a film school as the first step. But then, as in Poland you do not have film schools that teach you to be a producer, both in Łódź and in Katowice, both schools teach you the organization of production. They more teach you how to be the head of production. Or the executive producer. As I've told to you, these are two different things. But there are also possibilities of developing. For example, in the VIDA school, you have a course of creative producers. But if you go to Łódź School or Katowice School, you will have a chance to meet people with whom you will be working in the future. This is a very valuable experience. Another thing thing everybody recommends is that you should work as much on the set and learn everything that you can. Magda added an interesting thing, because that we sometimes want something in our lives, for example, being a producer, and then we start working on the set and it occurs that we want something else. This experience can also be great, because going through different jobs and positions, we can find out something different from life and not being a producer. Another producer I spoke to is Krzysiek Terej. He's the owner of our Warsaw studio. He's one of the guys who gave me a chance to make a film as a producer. Krzysiek is the owner of our company, and he's a producer who is a creative producer, but he finances. He's also dealing with financing. I really would like to say hello to him, because he really managed that very well. And Krzysiek from Watch Out Studio really likes that he can choose the things that interest him. He doesn't need to work about things that don't interest him. What he hates the image of the sneaky producer who just gets the money, who tries to save money, because this is not true. If we wanted to make films as cheap as possible, we would make them as cheaply as possible. But what we want to make these films as good as possible, but within the frames of the budget for which we are responsible. And also Krzysiek points to the fact that he doesn't like bigotry in people, and because the first film he worked on was the film The Gods. He worked as a producer with Piotr Woźniak-Starak, and they had this experience that they were walking from door to door, and they had that this film, it's not a good film, and it won't do well. When they got the second success with the second film, now everybody's a great fan of what they did, of what Watch Out Studio does. Yeah, and it is so, yes, of course. It's going to be like with every person, and the actor that would become famous and the director who would be successful. But I also think that this shows whenever we meet a beginner, let's listen to them and wonder and find out if he's really so worthless as everybody thinks. Justyna Pawlak is another person from Watch Out Studio. She's a producer who had a very interesting professional career, because after the film school in Katowice, for several years worked as the head of the set. So she was the first person on this on this position. This is still not popular, and she knows film inside out. Nobody will tell her that she knows that you need this and that, or that much money or that much equipment, because she knows everything. She's been everywhere. We had two smaller producers, and Justyna worked in bigger companies. She worked in TVN. She's the mother of success of 39½, a very popular series. She also worked on international sets, also on a film of Steven Spielberg. She was a producer of Get Low. She made plenty of interesting things abroad, and she also does feature films and TV shows in Poland. Justyna likes the possibility to create the fictitious world. You can find it on the screen. Justyna also very much likes meetings with the audience, and how her hard work and the hard work of the whole crew resonates in what the viewers can see or feel. So this final effect is extremely important for her and very, very gratifying. She doesn't like all the paperwork that is related to this job, all the agreements, budgets, cost breakdowns, etc. And also the thing that you never leave your job. There's no possibility not to answer your phone, and even so, even if you don't, you can't get the job out of the work out of your head. So she also, her recommendation is that you work as much as possible with interesting places and to work with somebody you admire. Another producer I asked about what they like, what they don't like, and what are their recommendations for people who would want to be a producer. Bogumił Lipski. Bogumił Lipski is a producer of working for HBO Poland currently. Bogumił is also a very interesting person because he worked in many positions in film production and TV shows and feature films. He was a second director, he was a executive producer, and as a 20-something years old man, he created and became a producer of the series the Law of Agatha. Now he works in HBO, and Bogusław likes a lot his job in a film in general and creating his own worlds. He told me once that one of the most interesting quotes he had about the work of a producer, and he heard it from Ewa Puszczyńska, is that the job of a producer is to help others realize their dreams. And this is how he perceives his job, and that's why he likes it. We do not always fulfill our dreams, but through other people's dreams, we also fulfill ours. He had a problem with the listing things he doesn't like in his job. I think that it was a bit, he was sort of making fun, but maybe you don't like stress, for example, I asked him, because this job is very stressful. He said, well, of course, the stress is not the nicest thing in this job, but you can be a producer when you have a problem with stress and problem solving, because our job consists in stress and problem solving. So if you have a problem with the stress, this job is not recommended, but it doesn't mean that we don't like it or that we can't live with that. So Bogumił also recommends working at all positions in any film set, getting to this job as early as possible and doing everything, not being afraid of anything. If you are to be the assistant of the prop manager, don't worry about that. It's not on your straight path. It has to be some great experience, because with the cooperation with the set design, it's a very tough job. It requires a lot of experience too. And this is also something that it's also a good knowledge to acquire. The last recommendation is my own advice, because everything that my older colleagues said, not always in age but in experience, absolutely. And I would concur with them. But the best way to become a producer, in my view, is to get a director to work in a pair as early as possible. Maybe finding somebody at school, maybe some random meeting, but start working at a very early stage with the director, when we are at the beginning of the road, where the director has to prepare a short form or a documentary and needs some production related relations, and building this relation for years tests our merit, tests both parties if we want to work, and teaches us to cooperate, and then can lead to a very interesting final, which is a feature film. Even though shorts and documentaries are also fantastic, and this is what I also recommend, but sort of binding your fate for a longer time with somebody else, as with a director, and supporting each other even in jobs that do not bring you a lot of fame or money, like commercials, musical videos, school films. These are the things which you can. These are the moments where when you can learn all this and you can build your relation with the director. And this is what I recommend. And that's it from me. That's all about me and about my perspective on how to become a producer. In the times, there was also in my topic, in the times when everybody wants to be a producer. Yes, I do have a feeling that quite often people from production, or in general in filmmaking, at some point they have this urge to become the producer. And of course, I understand that because it's a fun job. But you should not be too fast with that, because like every experience, it's similar with directing. If you are doing something too early, this could be a traumatic experience. It's good to sort of get together people that are you can depend on. It's good to have this feeling that you're ready, although this feeling is very elusive and might never come. I got a question. I'll come back to that in a while. So we all in life and in this job too, we have the feeling of being an imposter. The fact that I was invited here to tell you about being a producer for me is a sort of is a quid pro quo. If I was asked to talk to you after 4 films, I also would think that I would feel being an imposter. But it's good to always to talk about someone, to talk to someone if we have a chance to become a producer. If we want to get to the top level about which we dream, not to sort of fail start or to start too early, you should sort of assess it rationally and do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. So if you have any questions, I do not have anything more to say, so I will answer the question of Gerard, who was a part of our group.
Would you agree?
I wouldn't agree. In Polish reality, if we make a director's film, it's the director who is the god. He makes his own film. But these rules, as they are set from the beginning, and the director and producer agreed, okay, we're making this and that film, and if in my work stop seeing the film as the whole and I start to concentrate on detail, you keep a track of the whole, and the one that we agreed, the one we sold to our cooperators and our financing partners. And if I'm starting to sort of veer off this path, you have to remind me. So no, I think in Polish and European reality, is if that was so, I don't think if the directors would really want to make their own films, which every time would be minced through the eye of by the eye of distributors and producers and some other external powers. I don't think so. And in the United States, I wouldn't know. Maybe it is so, but I've never worked there. It's a producer's cinematography there. Okay, can I answer any more of your questions? I think that's all. That's the news, the information I get from the organizers. So I would like to thank you very much. I would like to thank the participants a lot and the people who took the pain to listen to me today. If you had any questions to me, you can get the contact from the organizers. I will be glad to help you in any way. I recommend to you all a participation in the events as Film Spring Open is, and all other types of workshops and trainings, courses, because this is where we meet people and this is where we learn a lot of things. I also have I also hope that in the nearest future we'll forget about Zooms and Hangouts, etc., because it's fun, but it's much fun to meet in person. Thank you, and I keep my fingers crossed for you, and see you then. So, my friends, that was Jakub Razowski, and now it's time for the concert. At 6:30 we will have a chance to listen to Cezary Makiewicz. Cezary Makiewicz and Koltersi. Stay with us or be back to our channel at 6:30. Hello, my friends, this is us again. I just wanted to tell you that we're starting a concert by Cezary Makiewicz and the Culters, and to say a few words concerning today's film screening, which will take place at 8 p.m. I know that you're waiting for it. It will be on a separate stream. After this concert, we finish the stream and we're starting a new transmission, and we will be informing you about that. But I hope that I just wanted you to take that into account, and that's all from me. And now to the concert. Well, without some more ado, because I need one more thing here. And before you, Cezary Makiewicz and the Culters.
Witamy serdecznie, Cezary Makiewicz i Koltersi. Dzisiaj w warunkach covidowych w studio RS28 dla wszystkich miłośników i uczestników Film Spring Open zagramy kilka przyjemnych piosenek.
Zatrzymać się na jakiś czas, jezioro spojrzeć, potem chmury, z których wyrasta stary las, zarzucić wędki gdzieś w przestworza, złapać za ogon dziki sznur, co mi tam turkusowe morze, co mi tam rajskich ptaków chór. Tutaj mam ból, tutaj mam las, różową zorzę nocnych miast. Tutaj mam sen, co mi się śni, czerwona pusta biały dni. Wędkę w toń łabatu, złapać za włosy słońca błysk, tyle w eterze tego kwiatu, a ja nie muszę teraz nic, zarzucić wędkę gdzieś w jeziora, potem na fali jak ten liść, bujać się lekko do wieczora, a potem iść przed siebie, iść. Tutaj mam ból, tutaj mam las, różową zorzę nocnych miast. Tutaj mam dom, otwarte drzwi, czerwoną chustę białych dni. Tutaj mam ból, tutaj mam las, różową zorzę nocnych miast.
No i właśnie w ten sposób będziemy dzisiaj Wam umilać przynajmniej przez pół godziny czas. To może kolejna piosenka o powrotach do domu, gdy wiem, że na mnie czekasz.
Co to świt, krople rosy zaśpiewają, gdy pozwolisz im. Słońce jeszcze całkiem blade, przyciąga się jak kot. Nie obchodzi go, że jadę już całą noc. Na pewno smacznie śpisz, do siebie się uśmiecham. Raźniej jechać mi, gdy wiem, że na mnie czekasz. Żółty liść na szybie, z drzewa zerwał wiatr. Jesień już idzie, a tu drogi szmat. Ktoś drewnem w piecu pali, na polach siwa mgła. Otuliła miękkim szalem kępy suchych traw. Na pewno smacznie śpisz, do siebie się uśmiecham. Raźniej jechać mi, gdy wiem, że na mnie czekasz. Na pewno smacznie śpisz, do siebie się uśmiecham. Raźniej jechać mi, gdy wiem, że na mnie czekasz. W reflektorach samochodu tańczą płatki śniegu. Tak jak żeglarz wypatruje odległego brzegu. Gdybym nie miał dokąd wracać i dla kogo żyć, nie zaśpiewałbym tej melodii, nie napisałbym nic. Smacznie śpisz, do siebie się uśmiecham. Raźniej jechać mi, gdy wiem, że na mnie czekasz. Wiem, że na mnie czekasz. Na mnie czekasz.
Słyszę tam oklaski z drugiej strony, to dziękujemy za nie bardzo. Przynajmniej tak sobie wyobrażamy, że może tak być. To jeszcze jedna taka troszeczkę psychologiczno-przyrodnicza piosenka o tym, jak nas różne siły przyrody zatrzymują w pół drogi.
Zatrzymał mnie w pół drogi wiatr, gniewnie drzewa rozkołysał. Bez pożegnania wyjeżdżasz tak, jakbyś płaczu nigdy jej nie słyszał. Zatrzymał mnie w pół drogi deszcz i na ziemię wylał wszystkie żale. Możesz jechać jeśli chcesz, lecz od tej chwili na mnie nie licz wcale. Zatrzymał mnie w pół drogi deszcz. Zatrzymał mnie w pół drogi las, poprowadził ścieżką suchych liści. Na miękkim kół odpocząć czas i pozbierać rozbiegane myśli. Zatrzymał mnie w pół drogi las. Zatrzymała mnie w pół drogi mgła, by na oczy mleczny szal zarzucić. Tak wyglądał będzie świat, gdybyś do niej nie chciał wrócić. Zatrzymała mnie w pół drogi rzeka, mętna jak po burzy woda. Cichym pluskiem zdawała się szeptać: nie tędy droga, nie tędy droga, nie tędy droga, nie tędy droga. Zatrzymała mnie pół drogi rzeka, 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 rzeka. To kolejna piosenka o drodze. Możesz spać, ja poprowadzę. O tym, jak to ktoś bierze sprawy w swoje ręce i możemy mu zaufać i popłynąć. A pan Zbyszek weźmie miotełki w swoje ręce, żeby było delikatniutko, żeby pozamiatać trochę. Za trudne rzeczy lubię się brać. Nie mów, że sobie nie poradzę. Lubię jeździć w nocy i nie kleją mi się oczy, więc możesz spać, ja poprowadzę. Dwoje nas 1000 spraw, przed nami światła dnia. Ty możesz spać, ja poprowadzę. Za nami 1000 spraw, przed nami światła dnia. Ty możesz spać, ja poprowadzę. Mam parę groszy na czarną godzinę, więc nie namawiaj mnie na kawę. Czeka nas długa noc, masz tutaj ciepły koc. Możesz spać, ja poprowadzę. Czeka nas długa noc, masz tutaj ciepły koc. Możesz spać, ja poprowadzę. Żal mi miejsc, które zostawię. Nie będę tęsknił prawie wcale, bo ten na kołach złom to nasz prawdziwy dom. Zawiezie nas, ja poprowadzę. Ten na kołach złom to nasz prawdziwy dom. Zawiezie nas, ja poprowadzę. Ten na kołach złom to nasz prawdziwy dom. Zawiezie nas, ja poprowadzę.
To kolejna pieśń teraz będzie. O tym, że takich chwil nam do życia potrzeba, to chyba troszeczkę o nas, o muzykach, którzy potrzebują kontaktu z publicznością. Są takie czasy, że mamy kontakt online, może być, trzeba się cieszyć tym, co się ma. A pan Zbyszek plastry kładzie? To czyli tak na przykład, żeby ten werbel głośniejszy był, albo żeby trochę był cichszy, albo żeby ładniej, żeby... Ma tam swoje patenty takie.
Czasami nawet brzydziej.
Żeby brzydziej brzmiało. No czasami trzeba też tak zrobić. Dobra, to takich chwil nam do życia potrzeba.
Przyjacielu, ty wiesz, takich chwil nam do życia potrzeba. To już tyle lat, wokół kręci się łza, nam wciąż chce się śpiewać. Drzewa cieniu, posiedźmy w milczeniu, przecież rozumiemy się bez słów. Bierzmy siły z tego, co żyje, co dał nam Bóg. Tych na wodzie przy dobrej pogodzie widać już z daleka. Nie ulegają modzie, żyją ze sobą w zgodzie, czas im nie ucieka. Przyjacielu, ty wiesz, takich chwil nam do życia potrzeba. To już tyle lat, wokół kręci się łza. Wciąż chce się śpiewać. Ci za płotem mówią, że potem przyjdzie na nich czas. A teraz chęci jest tyle, by dobre chwile przeżyć jeszcze raz, jeszcze raz. To już tyle lat, wokół kręci się nam wciąż chce się śpiewać. Przyjacielu, ty wiesz, takich chwil nam do życia potrzeba. Będzie lepszy świat, szansę trzeba mu dać, tylko głośno zaśpiewać. Do Mrągowa droga cię prowadzi. Czujesz, jakbyś złapał w żagle wiatr. Dawno temu ktoś mi tak poradził. Jedź tą drogą, poznasz inny świat. Gdy ktoś powie, ta muzyka nie jest twoja, taki słodki hamburgera smak, powiedz, że tu nikt nie śpiewa o kowbojach, tylko o kimś tak jak ty i ja. Wszystkie drogi prowadzą do Mrągowa, do Mrągowa nad jezioro Czos. Kto tu raz przyjechał, nigdy nie żałował i na pewno wróci tu za rok. Wiejska droga to świeży wiatru powiew, zapach złotych falujących zbóż. Jeśli tylko zechcesz, zawsze dotrzesz do niej, nawet gdyby drogowskazy pokrył kurz. Gdy dopadną cię nieszczęścia i złamią, pozostanie tylko modlić się do Boga. Ty pożegluj ku jedynej swej przystani. Wszystkie drogi poprowadzą do Mrągowa. Wszystkie drogi prowadzą do Mrągowa, do Mrągowa nad jezioro Czos. Kto tu raz przyjechał, nigdy nie żałował i na pewno wróci tu za rok. Wszystkie drogi prowadzą do Mrągowa, a tych dróg chyba jest ze 100. Gdybyś tylko kiedyś chciał spróbować żartych kilku dni. Wiesz już jak smakuje w czosie woda, więc nie muszę chyba mówić ci, dokąd teraz nas prowadzi droga. Wszystkie drogi prowadzą do Mrągowa, do Mrągowa nad jezioro. Kto tu raz przyjechał, nigdy nie żałował i na pewno wróci tu za rok. Wszystkie drogi prowadzą do Mrągowa, a tych dróg chyba jest ze 100. Gdybyś tylko kiedyś chciał spróbować, tutaj możesz swój odmienić los. Tutaj możesz swój odmienić los.
Oj, miejmy nadzieję, że przyszły rok przyniesie nam wiele radości, a nie zmartwień. To w takim razie, skoro żyjemy w takiej sytuacji niepewnej, której czasami rozumem nie potrafimy ogarnąć, to piosenka adekwatna do tego, do tego właśnie rozumu, żeby ten rozum nie zgubić. Objąć ramieniem. Pan Zbyszek już gotowy? Dobra.
Wszystko przez to oddalenie, w czasie, nieczasie i przestrzeni, przez oderwanie od nadziei, przez wszystko co nie po kolei, przez głupie życie, wściekły świat, przez upływ głupich lat. Nie umiem teraz tak zwyczajnie tego co dzieje się ogarnąć, objąć ramieniem jak spełnieniem wszystkiego co mi da nadzieję. Nie umiem teraz tak zwyczajnie tego co dzieje się ogarnąć, objąć ramieniem jak spełnieniem wszystkiego co mi da nadzieję. To wszystko przez te przemyślane słowa co mają własne zdanie, co są zbyt mądre i uczone, które nie wiedzą co to koniec, wśród których nie ma takich słów, którym uwierzyć mógłbym znów. Nie umiem teraz tak zwyczajnie tego co dzieje się ogarnąć, objąć ramieniem jak spełnieniem wszystkiego co mi da nadzieję. Nie umiem teraz tak zwyczajnie tego co dzieje się ogarnąć, objąć ramieniem jak spełnieniem wszystkiego co mi da nadzieję. Kamil! Tego co dzieje się ogarnąć. Nie umiem teraz tak zwyczajnie tego co dzieje się ogarnąć, objąć ramieniem jak spełnienie wszystkiego co mi da nadzieję. Nie umiem teraz tak zwyczajnie tego co dzieje się ogarnąć, objąć ramieniem jak spełnienie wszystkiego co mi da nadzieję. Nie umiem teraz tak zwyczajnie ogarnąć wszystkiego co mi da nadzieję.
Dobrze, i tak zbliżyliśmy się do końca naszego koncertu. Przedstawię może zespół. Kamil Kulawczuk, gitara elektryczna. Mariusz Garnowski, gitara basowa. Pan Zbyszek Chrzanowski, perkusja. Kłaniamy się Wam nisko i pożegnamy się piosenką pod tytułem Znajdź na to czas. Cieszymy się, że znaleźliście na to czas, żeby nas tu posłuchać i pooglądać. Życzymy wszystkiego dobrego.
Zobacz, jak rosną drzewa, czy chylą się do ziemi, czy pną się do nieba. Zobacz, jak rośnie góra, czy wznosi się z chmurami, czy toczy jak kula, jak kula. Znajdź na to czas, weź na to czas. Znajdź na to czas, weź na to czas. Znajdź na to czas, weź na to czas. Czas, znajdź na to czas, weź na to czas. Zobacz, jak koń szalony z wiatrem się zabawia na łąkach zielonych. Zobacz, jak rosną dzieci, czy księżyc w nocy świeci, czy leci, czy leci. Znajdź na to czas, weź na to czas. Znajdź na to czas, weź na to czas. Znajdź na to czas, weź na to czas. Czas, znajdź na to czas, weź na to czas. Zobacz, co tam muszone, czy oczyma niebieskie, czy lękiem sporzone. Zobacz, jak płynie rzeka, czy miasto zatapia, czy spokojnie czeka, czy czeka. Zobacz, co tam za lasem, czy jesteś po czasie, czy w czasie, czy czasem. Czy jesteś po czasie, czy w czasie, czy czasem. Czy jesteś po czasie, znajdź na to czas, weź na to czas. 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 Czas, znajdź na to czas, weź na to czas. 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 Czas, znajdź na to czas, weź na to czas. Znajdź na to czas, weź na to czas. Dziękujemy bardzo za uwagę. Życzymy wszystkiego dobrego, zdrowia przede wszystkim. Do zobaczenia.